Welcome. It's Gemma. It's been a long time since I have been an official commentator. It's good to be back. It's been a long time because I decided to go over and make a whole new human. But that human's a little bit more independent now, so I can come back and commentate, which is I'm very excited. I hope some people are excited. Some people may not be so excited, depending on what kind of commentating style you like. But we have a great variety of commentators on this channel. And even more excitingly than my return is Amy here is making her debut on the World Riichi YouTube channel, which I'm really thrilled about. Amy is another World Riichi Pro member, and she's also in Sparrow's Nest. She does a lot of Mahjong, but I will let her introduce herself properly in a bit. So Nathaniel is working behind the scenes today. He's doing all of the tech work, so you'll be hearing from him at some point. Kairal and Korak later on today. They're the very professional, experienced ones. So hang on if you want, a real good breakdown of Mahjong strategy. However, for the first game, we're going to warm you up, Gemma and Amy. It's going to be beautiful. So what's the Saikyosen Team Battle? We have 12 teams. Teams can be between 1 to 3 players in size. Can you really have a team with one member? Not happy with that. Anyway.
I mean, I guess it's just high stakes for you at that point. Like, you are literally the make or break it for everything. Your whole team. It's just you.
Yeah, well, yeah, the team is me and the voices in my head telling me to discard that very unsafe tile. Anyway, so the qualifier is 5 sessions long, and in each session, teams play 6 games. So we've had 3 games a session for yesterday, and we have the last 3 for you today. Don't worry too much if you've seen the previous games. It's all good. But to score points for the team, all you have to do is place well in your matches. It's 3 points for a first, 2 for a second, and 1 for a third. So we're not doing cumulative scores here. Unless there's a tiebreak, then you need your cumulative score to be good. Will we need a tiebreaker after 30 matches? Yeah, I kind of hope so, but also hope not for those poor individuals. And the prize for all of the players of the winning team is an entry into the Saikyosen main event. Saikyosen is, I think it probably is, it is the biggest Mahjong tournament in Japan. It's run over months and months and months, but it's professionals and amateurs all coming together in this great event. It has a Kagi as its kind of mascot. If a Kagi could be a mascot with his pointy chin. But we would like to thank our sponsors, so I'm going to let Amy thank our sponsor, Sparrow's Nest, first.
Hello, everyone. Like Gemma said, I am a new commentator to the team, but so excited to be here and watch really cool, fun Mahjong and try to encourage people to get into it. But for our sponsors, we have Sparrow's Nest Studio, a New York-based Mahjong studio, fully equipped with Slim Score, Ultima, and Rex 3 auto tables. So if you're in the New York or generally surrounding areas, highly encourage you to go by and check it out. Our other sponsor is WRC, the World Riichi Championship, which is the most prestigious and international Mahjong tournament in the world. It is held once every 3 years. We just had one last year in 2025, which makes our next one in 2028. Last year.
It was last year. It was, yeah.
It was incredible. I know time has flown incredibly fast, but last year was in Tokyo in Japan. But this year we're holding it in the United States. We're holding it in
2028.
New York.
28 we're holding it.
Oh, sorry.
Not holding it
You're
this
so
year.
right.
Sorry, my
already
anxiety
skipping
level
years.
suddenly went up, yeah.
I'm just skipping years. No, sorry. 2028 will be WRC in New York. However, this year, which is what I got it mixed up with, we are holding a collaborative event with M-League. So some M-League pros are going to come over to the United States for 2 separate locations. We're holding Las Vegas and New York City. The Las Vegas event is going to be huge. We're giving away tables. We're going to have people playing with pros. So if you have any interest in that, I highly encourage you to go check it out, buy tickets. And then we'll have a smaller event in New York, mostly smaller exhibition matches, but you can still do meet and greets with the pros and come hang out. You can buy tickets for that as well on the USPML official site. Otherwise, if you can't make it in person for either of those events, we are going to be also streaming here right on the WRC channel, so you guys can always keep your eyes peeled for that.
Yeah, I mean, I would if you can make the trip. I know it's we've all got busy lives, but it has been a real challenge for us to get this level of celebrity to come over. It's people like Okada, they're not just mahjong professionals. Like that's a real celebrity in Japan. We can't repeat this event. I don't think. I think if you like this, if you like the lineup, you should come and do it now. Don't imagine I'm going to do it next year. That's for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah. And then also not shown on this graphic, we have some special guests, including the JP Mill president, with his Atomic Riichi coming to visit us as well. And then, in the corner here, we have a couple of our other former M League or other pro celebrity players coming. So, you have the stack lineup with M League on top of some other guests. So highly encourage you guys to come check it out. Come to Las Vegas. It'll be nice. It won't be humid. Everything is going to be great.
Yeah, it really will be a great event. This is like, to get into the WRC, you have to qualify, right? And qualification for WRC is pretty fierce now. This one, you just have to register and you can attend. That's the great thing about Opens. They're open to everyone. So.
Yes, absolutely. However, this tournament is not open to everyone. So into our first game here, we're going to be looking at some pretty top pro players.
Wait, I see Hirano, who's coming to Vegas, is also on this list. See?
He sure is. You can see him play right now and meet him in person.
He's so his English is wonderful. Like I can't remember how long he was living in New York. You might know better than me, Amy, but he got stuck there during COVID, right? So he went to work in New York, and then COVID struck, and he couldn't leave. He was stuck there. But he made best use of his time, and I know a lot of the players in New York City know him. I know he's playing with Riichi Nomi for quite a while, and he's now been he says he's kind of retired, but I see him working even harder in Mahjong. So I guess he's retired from the big job, and now he's doing the Mahjong job. But you can also see him in a documentary, which is on YouTube, called Mind Sports, which was created by ASICS, that was before the WRC 2022, and they did this test about whether being fit and healthy and exercising would improve your ability in mind sports. And I don't think this is a spoiler, but it's funny that not drinking alcohol and exercising really does actually improve your ability at Mahjong. But yeah, so Hirano's a really interesting character, and I'm actually quite excited to watch him play. I have not seen him play for a long time. Tojyo at the top there is a real Mahjong celebrity. You probably may have seen her in the Sankei Shimbun Cup, but she's definitely a very popular female on the circuit. Kei Takahashi, again, very popular player. She's on the Sankei Shimbun Cup. Hidetaka Sakai, I'm going to be honest, I don't know so much about him. He looks quite cross in this picture, though. That's my comment.
He sure does, but I guess we'll just have to see how he plays in this first game to make any real judgments about his characters. So.
Yeah, no, but I like the name. Kaneman I like that. But yeah, and I think I haven't seen the standings, but I have it on good authority that are quite close to. Oh, the standings are coming. Look at that. Thank you. So Kaneman 8, Trenders 9, front runners 10. Who was our other? Oh, Orfo is in second place up there. So
yeah, so it looks like it's going to be kind of close for those three at the bottom, closer to the bottom. Yeah. But good opportunity to try and snatch some points away also from one of the top teams.
Exactly. That's the way to look at it. Yeah. Someone down.
So it looks like everyone's getting started. I love the blue felt. It's so cute.
Do you? I feel like there's not enough felt variations when it comes to auto tables. I think that's But do you know what? I find it quite stressful, these studio rooms they build out to do I'm sure they've got air conditioning, but it just looks really close and kind of hot.
A little bit, but this is okay, what are we seeing here? A pair of double E's, so that's pretty good.
That's pretty good for Tojo. I like that start. Takahashi has one of those easts stuck in her hand. So something we're going to see, if you are, it's quite difficult sometimes commentating. You're not sure what level of people we have here. But often, in Japanese professional mahjong, they don't throw out those easts very quickly. Certainly in Europe, people tend to throw the east out a bit quicker. I guess there's two ways of thinking, right? You can bury it to make sure those people don't, but then there's always the risk that your East player, as Tojo is here, is sat there with a pair of them ready to. Oh, and she's got a pair of greens now. Oh,
Her
nice.
hand is looking really good. There comes one of the
Pom, pom,
East.
pom, pom,
This is
pom.
an
Yeah.
immediate call, of course. Double East is very tasty. Looks like she has some door acceptance as well, so her hand is progressing pretty well. We have a nice pickup here for the 6-7 shape. And vaguely Chitoy-esque on the third hand there. Um, 5 months okay here.
Mm. So it's moving forward. It's moving forward. Do you know our gentleman here, Sakai Pro? I do like the fact he's put Kaneman on the side of his shirt. That is good. That is some smart thinking. And that's the
Okay.
4. Oh, right. Okay, we are one away, Tojo, but not. Kind of want the green dragon as well, wouldn't you? But it doesn't look like it's going to come through for her. Um,
So this
so
is
you're gonna,
actually like a Chitoy hand.
yeah,
Properly at that 5 pairs, each on 10, one away.
that's so Hirano. So here's interesting. Tojo just cut the 5-man out of that 4-5-5-6 shape, or a 9-pin. Yeah, I
Possibly
like it.
hoping to keep it for some safety.
Exactly. And what are you going to do with the 4-5-5-6? Calling into it doesn't get you to tempi.
Yeah, it doesn't bring you any closer or anything like
No.
that, so perfectly fine for her to want to cut it early and not hold on to it. Another 5-pin pickup, so now that hand is a little more awkward. Oh no, the 9 so yeah, she's just looking for tempai at that point. She just wants that tile. North pickup here. Not super helpful again.
Yeah, I mean, I think Takahashi, she's not really progressed very far. And oh,
Ah,
Tempai,
tempai.
Tempai. And he reaches
Riichi.
on
He
the green
reaches.
dragon. Yeah.
Ooh, interesting point now, because obviously our dealer here is holding on to 2 of them. Not sure if he'll ever let them go, considering there's none out.
And it's
Um,
unlikely to drop. Yeah, yes, unlikely to drop because there's none out. Could draw it from the wall if he's lucky. But, our dealer really is waiting for that 5 bamboo, right? To get that really wide shape.
yeah.
Oh, oh, okay.
Nasty form on pickup though, not great.
Wish we kept that 5-man now. Especially when she picked up that 7 as well. Ah la la. Mahjong punishes. So Sakai here is probably starting to wonder what he's doing. Is he going to go for it? Is he going to fold? It's not obvious, is it?
Doesn't seem like his hand is progressing like crazy anyways.
Yeah.
He does have that really extended Pinzu shape, but that 8-9 mon's not great. And I'm not sure you really want to drop any of those central Pinzu if you do end up becoming Tenpai.
This is
Uh,
difficult. She wants to drop the 4-man, right? Allah, she's not going
she
to.
drops
She's
the
going to.
Forso, which
Yeah,
is
I mean,
safe.
safe, but it's not ideal for her hand shape.
Ooh. I think if I'm Sakai, I just kind of want to get out now. I'm like, there's too much for me to cut comfortably.
Yeah, and
Uh,
you can see the dealer has called East. They've got a Yaku. Obviously, our friend in Reach has got a Yaku, right?
Riichi here from Takahashi, it looks like, waiting solely on the Dora.
Old move. Uh, you're gonna, yeah, yeah. You
Ooh,
gotta call it.
breaking
You
the
gotta
E-pots
call it.
here. What do you cut though? Oh, she cuts the 3 so, which is safe to at least 1, and it looks like it
Mhm.
is kind of protected by those 4 cuts from earlier.
It's really risking Fruity turn now, though. She picks up a 3-man. It is really sad times.
Picks up an 8-mon, which is still not Senpai, but
Still not Tenpai. Ah,
there's the Sumo with the
Smarta.
3 Dora. So it looks like this is Riichi Sumo Dora 2.
I
2,000,
didn't see the graph.
4,000 Mangan from everyone. So our poor dealer has to fork up the most.
But that must really smart, right? Like you open with such a great hype high, and then nothing just doesn't come together. That is the most frustrating feeling in mahjong, if you ask me.
I wonder if it's more frustrating to just be stuck in that Ishan 10 one away phase where just like you're so close, your shapes are so good, and nothing is happening.
That's life,
Or
though.
if it's,
I'm not. I was like, are you
yeah,
describing life or mahjong? It's difficult to tell sometimes.
you're
Yeah.
just trapped forever.
But I mean, that's the natural progression of mahjong, right? Because when you've got shrapnel, basically anything you draw in is going to be helpful. And it's as you get closer to your final shape that less tiles help you. And then you slow down and then you start to get frustrated. And then you start to make the dodgy plays. If you've been sat there waiting for that tile to get you to Tenpai, it's so tempting to think, well, I've held out, I've been patient, I'm going to reach it when maybe, or do or throw it, even though you know it's dangerous because you feel that somehow you've earned it. But yeah, you've really got to sort of keep that discipline to
Hmm.
keep thinking whether is this
Absolutely.
safe. It's tough. It's really tough. I think was it Yamai who Yamai says that mahjong's really a battle against yourself. The other three people are just witnesses to your trauma. I think I probably subscribe to that. Um,
Takahashi's hand looked like it was progressing pretty well. Sakai's hand also looks like it's kind of scooting forward. Hirano's hand's kind of hedging maybe like a Honitsu type shape. And then Tojo's here just
yeah.
kind of looking for shapes, looking for good tiles.
Well, Tojo just picked up Adora, so she's got two in there now,
Yeah.
which is
So,
no bad thing.
um, she also does have those connectors, so I don't think it's too bad either way.
Would you be tempted to call Tojo's hand into a open Tanyo?
Since she's no longer a dealer, it's hard to say. Because the 39
Mm.
hand is not that great when you've
Mm.
just lost 4,000 points, right? It does
Mm.
put you into a believable second at that point, but it doesn't feel very good when the potential of the hand looks like it could be a bit more.
Yeah,
Um,
I very much agree. But it's certainly the sort of thing that, when I'm on the table, it's the sort of behavior that I know that I
oh, there
tend
she
to
does
I see,
call.
yeah, Tojo does call, but yeah,
She
I mean,
does have a potential Mangan, I guess.
and I guess the argument for the calling is you don't have great shapes.
Right, you're kind of looking for some help, you're not really drawing well. We have
Mm-mm.
entered second row as well, which is, I would say, normally when I would consider opening up a little bit. Just kind of feels like I need to go faster.
Mm-mm. Are we Tenpai there?
Yes,
Yeah,
on
with
the
Tenpai
6 month
Takahashi.
only.
Yeah.
Also Tempai here on only seven
Seven
so.
bamboo, seven so,
Yeah.
and
Yep.
Sakai has reached.
I wonder if we'll see a dealer chase here since she is also Tempai. Ooh.
Oh,
Thinking
yeah.
thoughts about maybe cutting that 7-5. Okay, looking for maybe a better shape
Yeah.
in that Sozu 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6. It's much more flexible
Yeah.
than a center 6 weight.
I mean, she's already got some points in hand. It's not a great weight. Why risk the reach and why risk the points you have just won? And that was hard won points, they didn't come easy.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, so Hirano playing safe. Oh, some fiddling about with the wall. See, even
Sozo has the
professionals get it wrong.
yeah, the wall just kind of slides around however much. Oh, he sumo's right there. On the 7th, so it looks like Riichi Dora
Hmm.
1. Riichi Sumo Dora 1. Which is 1K, 2K from,
Mhm.
or no, sorry,
No, sorry, it's
something.
a yeah, three. It's three.
Oh,
Yeah. Tanya.
he has Tanya, the all simples, so 2,000, 4,000 also. Some big swings these last two hands.
It's quite difficult to keep, like the scoring is quite difficult when you're watching four hands, right? When it's just your hand and like I find it difficult to score a hand when it's just given to me cold. When I've built it and I've kind of gone through that journey with the hand, I know the score. I also find it quite difficult when I've been watching four hands to keep them all in my head. Um, which is those are the sort of skills you really need to sort of work on as a professional. Definitely a little bit rusty at the moment, having had to. Can you take maternity leave for mahjong? Well, I'm going to say I took maternity leave for mahjong. It sounds a little bit more legit. And I do warn you, if you're thinking about having a baby and you really like mahjong, baby brain is a real problem. It's real. I didn't think it was. I thought it was just something that the women's magazines warned us about, but for once they were right. So here we are, and Sakai's now dealer. Very narrow lead, very narrow. But it's nicer to go into dealer with some points in hand, right?
It sure is.
Like I think Takahashi played better, possibly because she had points in hand, right?
It looks like maybe Takahashi just called the tune for Yaku. Give Sakai a good draw with that Anko of Tumon. A south. So this is in fact Hirano's actual seat. So that is Yaku for him.
So and he's kept that the 3, 5, 6, 7, right? But he's hoping for the 4 to have that really nice 3-sided weight. So again, it's the sort of thing that I really like to see players do is sort of plan for good weights. It doesn't always come together, obviously, but it's the sort of thing I like to see.
I can get that, kind of hedging your bets for something good to happen.
Yeah.
Whether or not it actually does is not really up to you. Ooh, the spicy backfire on that 8, so he just threw away the 9.
Oh, yeah. That was a backfire there for Hirano, even though he was doing the right things. He was not. Oh. And we are. No, we're not Tempai, are we? No, sorry.
We're not Tempai. This is sort of an awkward shape. She is kind of headless right now. She has the pair of 4 mons, but they do connect to the 5-6. She picks up. Okay, so she does drop the 5, so deciding not to try and wait on any sort of.
Yeah, I think she's looking at the 6, 7, 8 sand shocker, right? That's where she's heading for. She needs some value.
That's possible.
She needs value. I do
I
love a
wonder
sand shocker.
why. Oh, and it deals in on the Tuso, which is just 1,000 points tune only.
I mean, the benefit here to Takahashi is not that she won 1,000 points, obviously, from Sakai. It's that she shoved the deal around. So now it's Hirano-san's chance.
Yeah, it's way worse if Sakai somehow manages to get a pretty big hand. You kind of just want to scoot him right out so you have the opportunity to try and get some bigger hands from a different player's dealership.
Yeah. But we are powering through this game. They've not been giving us
even a little bit.
Yeah, there's been no slow hand here, there's been no relaxed kind of working out how each other feels about Mahjong. Just some shout outs to the chat. Zalatan the Rogue, welcome, local Jonga. Thank you very much for being a member of the channel. It's really, really nice to see you here. Aiden, thank you. Thank you for coming. Babies are so cute. I want one. Yeah, they're really cute during the day. They're not so cute in the evenings. And you want to sleep. That's, yeah. I have aged about 5 years in about 12 months. So.
Takahashi's hand. So Tojo's hand is kind of scooting forward, maybe towards like a pinfu type shape. Not entirely sure since she has that pair of 8s and 6s. Takahashi's hand was actually maybe Chitoi. It looks like she threw away 2 5-mons in a row with 4 pairs in her hand, so not fantastic. Sakai's hand definitely worse than his last, I think. And then
I don't like this hand for Hirano, not as dealer. You want something a little bit more obvious or fast, or both, ideally.
oh, there's a 9-pin
Oh
for
la la.
Chitoy. It's
Yeah.
coming.
And then you only
Okay.
throw pairs for the rest of the game.
All you do is draw and discard pairs.
Cheeto is honestly though. We have a call from Tojyo.
Tojyo. Looks like she's just trying to get out with some like Tanya all simples hands. Says maybe this hand's just not worth it.
Mm.
Oh, actually, no, I apologize. I think she had the pair of 8-pins, which is Dora. So it's
Ah,
all simples plus Dora too.
oh, that's a calling hand. That's a calling hand now.
That like makes way more sense.
Yes, yes, you call that hand.
Um, Still potential to get.
Oh,
Oh, nope. Says
just
I
just
am
nice.
one away from that 7 pairs. I'm staying the course. I find that with 7 pairs, you do kind of have to commit. It's really hard for you to do any kind of significant wavering with that one. You just kind of have
Yeah.
to say, "Yep, that's what I want."
I wish it was that easy. I think 7 pairs is a little bitch, and it has a personal vendetta against me. No, it actually can't be just against me. There's other people who it hates, so you can join my club, the Chitoe Hates Me Club.
And on the opposite end, there's plenty of people who say, "Chitoy, my beloved, always there for
No,
me." And
no, you should always keep an eye on those people. Like those are psychopaths.
I want to say I respect it. On the other hand, I think the only good Chitoy is when you're trying to fold out of a hand and you somehow mawashi or somehow, shuffle your way over to Chitoy and then you win on something really dumb. That's
Oh yeah,
that's
no,
kind of
yeah,
silly and fun.
yeah. Chitoe can come at you, I suppose. It can, yeah. But it chooses you. You can't choose it.
So Tojo there just cuts the Formon. She could have connected it to her 466, but seems like maybe she's also looking for the opportunity to call the Dora or draw it herself for
Mm.
a very expensive hand rather than a very cheap one.
And she's an Orpho, right? So that's the second place team at the moment. So she doesn't need to do anything too crazy. She can just sort of look for the value, I think. Um,
Oh,
oh, she's
so she
called
does
this
call
one.
that 6-mon, is now Tenpai on 2-5 pin. They're just gonna kind of wait it out.
But
Hopefully
we
nobody else
can,
reaches Tenpai.
I mean, so I can see there's 1 5-pin discarded, but we also know there's, I think there's, I can remember, I'm trying to remember now, there's two 2 pins and 1 5-pin in Hirano's hand, right? So it
Something
might
like
be,
that.
yeah, it might be. And you know, I never like waiting on. I got it right. Well done, me. I never like waiting on the Suji. Oh, and he is Tempai, right?
Riichi's.
Riichi.
Yes, he Riichi's
Uh,
here for the 5-8 bamboo weight.
Oh, and she
And she's
draws it.
immediately sumos.
Doesn't matter, does it? But I was about to say, I don't really like waiting on the same Suji string as the Dora because I always think it's more of a challenge to get it out of players. But you know,
Yeah,
there's always the option just to
absolutely.
draw it. You can always do that.
I mean, why need anybody else's help when you can just draw it yourself from the wall?
Hmm. I personally liked Hirano's hand better. Just, I don't know. It was one of those more obvious
Unfortunate.
hands where you're like, that's a good weight. But Sumo is always there to ruin those beautiful moments.
We have already entered South, and it's only been maybe 30 some odd minutes, maybe even less. So,
Yeah.
scooting our way right through. Hands are looking okay thus far. This one's okay. Not fantastic, but not the worst I've ever seen.
So
Oh, okay. So this hand was bad, but now it might be okay.
from the chat, Aiden says her first Yakuman was Haite Chitoi. Okay, nice. Hi Kipure, hi Sekires, and hi Birdie. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Please do like and subscribe if you're enjoying this. It helps us find more people who might enjoy mahjong, and we do want to bring us all together in one wonderful community. And if you have a few pennies, you can always become a member of the channel. It does help us make sure
House
that we can
call
run campaigns.
here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'd love to continue doing this and yapping about all of our fun little games. So Sakai there just called the South. Possibly also looking for a quicker hand. He has that pair of Chun as well, the red dragon. He is very close again to first, so probably just kind of looking to grab something and get out. Um, with the point score, only Hirano is kind of far from everybody else. Everyone else is a little bit closer within shooting distance, so I can fully
Uh,
understand wanting to escape if you can.
I don't think he's that far, surely. He's like one long stride away. It
He's
wouldn't
one long
take much.
stride away from at least third, and then a stride and a half maybe from first and second. So not impossible, but if people keep calling quickly, then it'll make his life much harder.
Depends what you stamp on as you're doing your stride, really, doesn't it? But yeah, it's a close game, I think, and often these very quick games can be close, right? People are just sort of those sort of games that you come off the table and think, what just happened? Like, I was there, I saw it, but I'm not. It was so fast, I barely registered it.
Looks like Takahashi was maybe aiming for some sort of Chanta, Junchan, Sanshoku for her value.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, Tojyo
and
really, this is her last dealership. She needs to do it. She doesn't have much time to be messing about. And this nine-man Dora is kind of making that difficult, right? Because you can't just go for fast Tanyos.
yeah, um,
And what did she just pick up? Oh, nine.
a
That's not going to help
nine,
you.
so not
That.
great. A two-mon pick is very good here. I wonder if you do drop that 5 pin for, again,
Yeah.
Chanta. She did give up on the 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku. Very unfortunate because it looks like her shapes were kind of building that way, but she did pick up the 9-mon, so I suppose she wanted to drop the 1, 2 in favor of holding on
Mm.
to the Dora.
I think this nine-man is going to cause, all of these players a bit of difficulty here now. It's what is stuck in two people's hands. Yeah, stuck in Takashi's. Did I see it in Sakai's hand as well, or am I?
I believe
Yes.
Sakai also has one, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. He's holding on to this Haku as well, which has not been dropped. Potentially maybe looking for like a Honitsu again with the Manzu, because that is the Dora suit, would be really nice. One away
Unusually,
here.
yeah, we've unusually not seen much action in the dragon tiles, and they must be in the wall, right? I can't see that many here. Um, so
The
yeah,
green dragon is fully out, but the rest
yeah.
of them are just kind of hiding it out. Yes.
Oh, that was
Um,
enough to make him push it out.
The dealer did call, so Tojo did call for
Mm.
Tanya. It looks like she had feed the 6, 7, 8, dropped the 9 Mondora, so maybe trying to just go fast. Now,
Uh,
Takahashi says that's too fast for my
yeah.
hand, so I'm just gonna leave.
I'm out. No, no, no problem with that.
Um, yeah. Yep. So even though her hand is maybe progressing, she just says that's not where I want to be.
No, and she doesn't have to, right? She's still got a dealership left. I don't want to say she's in the lead. I think that's, she's running adjacent to Sakai at the moment. It's very, very close for them. So why would you unnecessarily push for something where there's no value? Um, yeah, you got to
Ooh.
drop the one pin now. You got to sort
Yeah.
of,
Hedge your bets a little bit on
yeah,
all different ends.
and she's open, but she's not really fast enough. And it's not her fault. The tiles just are not coming through. But it's really put her in a difficult position.
Does seem like opening has maybe scared some of the other players though, so that's maybe what you want as dealer. Oh
Mm.
no, the Haku White
But
Dragon.
she's still got to get to Tempai. She's not Tempai. She's Ishanta. Even
Yeah,
if
she
everyone
did
else is folding.
choose a very wide Isran 10, trying to
Mm.
get anything that she can out of Hirano though.
Yeah, he is not being her friend at the moment. Not at
Not
all.
for lack of trying, it seems, sending out some of these tiles.
Yeah, sometimes when you see them like hoik out these tiles, you're like, they must be seeing something I'm not seeing, because I would not have some of the, I wouldn't have the bravery to throw out some of these tiles.
Yeah, like
Um,
6-7 there.
oh, interesting.
Uh,
Yeah, I think because this one now you can call the pawns, right? So you can call from anyone on the
yeah.
table. You're not just relying on Hirano to give you the assist.
Yes, a little nicer. Sakai, I think he's trying to look for something, trying to kind of stay out of it, but trying to see if he can get anything. But his hand just hasn't really drawn anything good.
Flansor is there rooting for Hirano. His first name is Ryoei, but yeah, he's rooting for Hirano. So Flansor must be a New Yorker, is my prediction. He definitely has a
Interesting.
strong cohort there.
Yeah. He's not really drawing anything good. He's been Ishan 10 one away for a little while now. Been very brave, just kind of chucking into the dealer.
Yeah, this is gonna end in a complete anticlimax for poor Tojo here. This is gonna be, yeah. But Hirano for the Hirano fans over there. It's okay. He's still got his final dealer, and they're gonna have plenty of time for it because we're on South One, and we've been here for what, 40 minutes, if that.
Something like that. We are nearing the end of the wall as well, so obviously players are. So Hirano does not draw into Tenpai here. Decides that's it. There's no point.
Oh, Tojo.
Tojo also does not. This is a no. Nobody's doing anything, and
Oh, that is yeah, that is I hate that. I hate
truly
that
not for
feeling.
lack of trying.
Yeah,
Truly
I
not for
hate
lack of trying.
no, right? It's the feeling. I hate the feeling though. I feel for her. I've had that feeling many, many times. Um, but yeah,
So
it's
that
it's
is her
interesting.
dealership.
So she's now gonna. Do you think she's gonna do something crazy? I mean, she's not that far behind, but you certainly want to be going for mangans now, right?
You do want to try and open up the gap a little bit, bring yourself really close in, because you have to work much harder for those higher value hands now that you don't get the
Yeah.
dealer's 1.5 bonus.
Mm.
Um, Sakai's hand
And
here looks pretty good.
there's no red fives in this rule set either, which makes those mangan, those higher value hands, just a little bit more difficult to find. Um, yeah, it's funny how just a small thing like that can really sort of change the balance, change the sort of hands you start to see.
I believe
But yeah,
Sakai is already one away, and Jojo's hand not progressing super hot. Takahashi's hand, interesting. Kind
is it
of this extended
interesting?
shape.
I don't like
A
it. I mean,
little.
yeah, it's awkward. Awkward, I think, would be my phrase.
I try to be nice to the hand. They can hear me talking.
Oh, can they hear you? uh,
Yeah, the
you don't
caster's
come.
curse, right?
Yeah, you don't come from the Dave philosophy that I'm just like, this is garbage. Yeah, Dave has not commentated for a while either.
And
Maybe
that is
I'll
Tenpai, 2
temper
5 mon, 2 5 of characters
first.
here. So an immediate
First,
Riichi on
first.
turn
Yeah,
4.
of course, because Sakai does not want Takahashi to have another dealership. That really won't help him in his quest for first place. So
And now is
really
also a great
strong Riichi.
opportunity. Up, immediate deal
Oh,
in.
brilliant.
What happened here? Oh, he was Dama Tenpai, I suppose, hiding.
Yeah,
Or it looked like Pinfu something, or Tanyao Dora.
brilliant. So a little bit of bean knowledge. Hirano is also a member of Mensa, so he makes the intelligent quiet but intelligent. So yeah, very good, very very good. I think all the Hirano fans hopefully are now excited and happy. But no, I mean now Takashi and Sakai are even less than 1,000 points away from each other. A mere 400 points. It's just over a continuation stick, which is going to put a lot of pressure on this hand for those two, right? And they're all very close. They're all very close. And hopefully, I think Hirano's probably hoping he turned his luck around, right? He's changed the flow a bit by winning that small, modest, but maybe significant hand here.
For sure. He is, again, within true striking distance, one stride away, not the 1.5 anymore. So Honitsu hand there, just looking for that half flush. It presented itself and she said, okay, I'll take it.
Okay, I'll ask the question I almost always ask when a Honitsu hand presents itself. Do you call it? I haven't seen it. Well, I have seen it, but I can't. I need to refresh myself. Do you call this?
I mean, at this point, hard to say. She doesn't have enough shapes to call, in my opinion. I'm kind of looking for her to draw a couple more Pinzu before I start wanting to call it for sure, because you might
So
put
this is
yourself
the
into an
East.
uncomfortable. Oh,
Yes,
so she
yes.
does call it.
And this, I guess, was going to be my point. I would call to close off an awkward shape. I probably wouldn't have called into the Pinzu, but for the East pair, I'd call it. I wouldn't mess around. She can't risk Sakai keeping the dealership, winning some points, with all the dealer benefits. I think she had to call that East. The Pinzu, I wouldn't have done, but the East, yeah, straight call.
I might have considered the 7-pin, but rewarded immediately.
And also, that was the last East. We had our technical expert in the background whisper in my ear, thank you. Yeah, even if it wasn't the last East, I would have called it. Yeah. There's not the time to be too romantic over your half flush Honitsu shapes.
It is in the Dora suit as well, so there is that sort of added extra benefit that anything that she draws could just bring her up in value. I believe she is.
She's not tempo.
Okay, I wasn't entirely sure looking at that, but
so the blobs are sort of merging together when I squint at them. But oh, look at you, 2 Dora. That's difficult. That's difficult. So Tojyo here. Really, none of the luck at the moment. And what we've got here, so 5, 6, 6, 7. No, she's not. She's not.
No, I think she's technically missing a pair if she uses her shapes as they are.
Yeah. Again, at this point, you're calling, right? You're just calling. You're not going to mess about.
Yeah.
So I think here Hirano, this is a real challenge for him, right? He really needs that white dragon because he wants to use those 5-pin. He wants to use those Dora tiles.
It looks like it may have been dropped one.
What? Good either.
No, I wonder. This is always my problem with these types of shapes, where it's like, what will give me my best options, and
So
I'm
this
just
one,
really bad at knowing here.
So that one's a more easy one because the 1, 2, 2, 3 is kind of away from the others, right? That 5, 6, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9 is together. You have to untangle that block. The 1, 2, 3 is okay. He's not doing anyone any harm. He's minding his own business over there. As you said, the problem is you spend all this time looking for the Pinzu, and then suddenly one turns up, and you're like, how can you be the only Pinzu that wouldn't have helped me in this situation?
Sure.
And yeah.
Continuing onward.
Miserable. It really is miserable.
I believe this is Tenpai, yes.
Yep, Tenpai. Sakai.
Riichi no Mi.
Yeah.
But it is a Ryanman weight, despite the way that he has shaped it. So he has a 4, 5, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7. So he would be looking for 3, 6.
And
what do we think now? It looks like she's really looking for stuff around like the 4 and so on.
I mean, now there's a reach on the table as well. You've got to be thinking about that, and from your enemy, the person. I'm sure they're good friends.
A pawn here. She takes that 1 pin.
And now she's Tenpai by throwing the Dora. So
you could throw the Dora. You can also throw the 2 pin. The 4 pin excuse me, the 4-pin is safe against dealer, so she braves it and she lives.
Yeah, sorry, I was only going for the 2-sided weight. But yeah, no, you're right. Go for the 2-pin. But it doesn't feel
I
good.
think it's also because, yeah, so there's a 4-pin, but at this point you really don't want to drop it, right? You see somebody
No.
fighting the dealer with
I mean,
whatever they're doing, so.
Tojyo already threw out that 8 bamboo. I kind of got the feeling that she was in the mood to give this up now, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
And
I think also taking the 4-pin weight here makes sense because I don't know how many 1-pins are left, but it doesn't look great.
there's one, two.
So I
So
think it's
there's only
just,
one 4-pin left, right? There's only one 4-pin left. We know that, but she might think there's 2 4-pins left.
yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, for Tojyo, Hirano, I know Sakai's Riichi, but you know that Takahashi with that call is tenpai or was doing something particularly powerful. So you're not gonna. You just gotta throw now. You don't get involved in this nonsense.
Having pin discard just because it just came out and it was not one on, so even if she was close to ready, she would only have to be able to see it. She wouldn't be able to win off of it.
And the white dragons come out from Hirano, obviously. We are not. We're all quite happy now to let the two. Oh, and we're calling. Yeah.
Okay.
To widen our weight on the 9-pin, 6-pin, which is a nice upgrade. But she's not going to throw any safe tiles now. That's it. We're all in, right?
Yes. All of the 9-pins are out, so I'm not really sure how much better that weight is.
I mean, the 3-pin was a nice safe weight, I guess.
It had just come out against the dealers, so it became safe, but I think maybe it was just hinging maybe more hopes on the 6-pin. Because again, all the 9-pins are out, so she's probably thinking, oh, okay, well, I can see 2 of the 4-pins, none of the 6-pins.
If she'd have thrown the 9-pin and kept that north. Oh, Mahjong punished you, Takahashi. Because that was that was my next point was, she could throw the 9-pin and, it's safe. And you could find another way on her head, but not today. Not today. Oh, that's difficult.
Kei Tanki is always there for you if you believe in it.
Oh, are you one of those people? Okay? You're a pay tanky girl. Okay.
Only when it comes by. I believe our technical specialist said that she was furry 10 on it though, so I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can't be fully 10 if you sumo it. I think that the Freddy 10 sumo is maybe the sexiest move in Mahjong now. It was a sexy move in Mahjong.
Tojyo's hand looks nice. Oh, never mind.
Mm-hmm.
Takahashi is back in the building with another Honitsu half flush push.
She's been cursed by the stalking Yaku, right? You get that, right? Like this Yaku fails you, and then that's what you see for the rest of the game, right? The same Yaku just coming back to haunt you.
Stalking has a little bit of a different implication for me. When I was first starting out, I was haunted by the Haku. Every single hand for about 4 games, all I did was draw pairs and pairs of Haku, and I never kept them, so it was always a backfire for me.
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't get superstitious over tiles, but I totally do. Totally do.
The wall
But yeah.
seems to imply maybe it's not a Honitsu though.
No.
Given her non-Honitsu tiles.
I know, but she's gonna want some points again. I'd go for the smallest, dirtiest hand possible, to be honest, to knock Sakai's dealership. I'd take what I could get. And there's another 8-man. Yeah.
This is not Tenpai. Or no, it wasn't Tenpai.
It wasn't Tenpai. No, not Tojyo. Poor Tojyo. It's not. Mahjong has not been kind to her this game.
I think Takahashi has committed more to the Honitsu. She does throw the 5-pin out. I think she was just waiting for more tiles to kind of guide her a little bit, or at least assist.
Or she's
okay, good
setting up the
shaping.
Suji trap. The Suji trap. I mean, I don't agree with the Suji trap. Riichi from Tojyo. It's not great.
Does open call here, breaks the E-pots and also continues on her
He's going to go for a
22-ish,
full flush or Dora?
potentially
Oh.
either. Sakai draws into a good tile, but cannot discard the Dora, so it's going to continue scooting onwards. The backfire 7-pin is not a true backfire in this case. He was hedging his bets there. I'm interested why Takahashi broke the Ipatsu since it's not her dealership, and it would have been more of a boon to her, I think, maybe if there had been an Ipatsumo, since Sakai would have paid more. But maybe she's thinking Tojo's hand is being more
Yeah.
expensive is not good either way.
I mean, I'm going to be honest, it's not the sort of flush hand that I would call. You know. I think
Hirano
it puts her
here
in a difficult position to defend now, and Hirano, I
has
don't know.
choices. These are all good shapes, but I guess what you want to commit to does cut the safe 4-mon. Is maybe going to take his chances with that 3-mon later.
Yeah, she's really committed to this flush. Oh la la.
Yikes. A backfire immediate.
Yeah. I mean, you can, yeah, could you throw the 3-man? I'm trying to see where the 4-man are. Maybe you can't throw the 3-man. Yeah, I think
Because
you've got
I'm just
to,
going to try and wash it around again. The 7-mon
walk
is
it to a
2D.
3-5-7 shape, right, and hope for the best. Gosh, right, okay.
I think
Yeah,
maybe Takahashi is just out. Maybe
yeah.
she just broke pots and then said, I'm just going to defend and get out of here. Oh
You'd
no,
break,
another 7-mon! It came back!
really, you'd break your pats and then defend? I don't feel like she had enough tiles to defend with. I
Is
wouldn't
she
like
maybe
to do that.
shifting now with the
To
one-so
one,
draw,
two,
thinking
three,
like,
Sanshoku?
1, 2, 3, Sanshoku? Nope.
Nope, no, she's not thinking that at all.
Nope.
No, guys. I think she's put herself in a stressful situation.
This is one away, Ishan 10. Not winning the drop Dora, I think, but considering how dangerous the 1-pin might be, or the
Mm,
6-mon,
mm, yeah.
says,
Mm.
nope, neither of those are good options for me, is just going to cut away.
Yeah, and I think Hirano is also in a very awkward position where I don't really think this has come together for him. What you do? Not
With
enough.
Takahashi, I do know some players personally. Up. So this is again one away. Just gonna continue having the 7-mons. I suppose the 8-mon might become safe in terms of blockers were there, but
Mm.
again, I do know some players who favor breaking epots and then just trying to get out. Um, I
I
think
think the stress of having so few tiles to get out on now. What would you try?
yeah,
What would you throw from here? What is safe here?
I mean, I guess you can try maybe with it's never been cut, but the green is once seen as the Dora indicator, so you could maybe hope
Oh, oh, I don't like that.
maybe
No, oof, 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 stressful.
um otherwise, not great options here at all. You could
Yeah.
also consider maybe the 5-mon. 5-mon might be a little bit better with the 4-mon blockers that you have. It's only 2, and then all of the 7-mon are out.
I don't know. I don't know. That's maybe. I think she's found the 3-man here because she's got 2 of them, right? So now she's brought herself
An extra
two goes around.
turn.
Yeah, but I think that it really kind of really is letting Jesus take the wheel there. Um, mm.
Um,
I look forward to playing you, Amy, on the table. So I know when you break knee pads, I'm like, she's got nothing. She's got nothing.
in
I'll
Las
know now.
Vegas, which you can still buy tickets for, which I will be
Ah,
at.
nice plug. Nice plug, mate. I like it.
Um, Yeah, interesting because also Takahashi, as you continue looking at the board a little bit more, it's a little hard to see in some areas, but there's actually a
Mm.
lot of those central Manzu out. So she has one of the four Mon, I believe. That was
Mm.
the Riichi tiled feet away. And then she discarded one, and one is actually in Hirano's pool. So the five Mon, interestingly enough, 5, 6 are both blocked off. There comes the Hatsu, the green dragon. So now Takahashi can kind of dodge that way as well.
These are not risk takers, though. You know, they've been playing very, very tight. Very tight. So Hirano actually is Tenpai here. For the four man.
On
So
that
Furi-ten
furry
Tenpai.
10.
Furi-ten
Yep.
Tenpai. Do you know what? That's maybe okay here. Because there's 2 reach sticks on the table. So
And
if he
one
gets
Homba.
yeah, so if he gets, well, I'm just thinking if he gets the Tenpai, he gets 1-5. So that knocks
Oh,
those 2 down. So it just brings everyone a bit tighter for his dealership.
so he does break his Tenpai there on the 3-5 shape. He draws the
Oh, he did.
Haku, which I also believe has not been cut. So I think he
No.
says, oops, that's not good.
Yeah.
Um, Funny enough, all 3 players not in Riichi have 1 Haku each, and 2 of them have 1 red dragon Fun. So I guess
Mm.
the lack of dragons on the table has really come back to bite them.
Yeah, I mean, but 3,000 points here for Tojo is it's going to bring those 2 leaders down. It's going to bring her up.
Hmm.
Hirano's the only one a long stride away.
Well, just draw it yourself in sumo anyways. So in
Wow.
this case, she Riichi Sumo Tanyao. No Pinfu with the 8 mons, but this is, I believe, 1,000, 2,000, so slightly more than the hand is worth anyways, plus the Homba and Riichi sticks from before. So this is actually a big win for Tojo.
Now she is in second. She's 1,000 away from first. It's exciting, but Hirano might be in the back of the pack, but it is his dealership, so it wouldn't take much for him just to shoot up above them all. This is quite exciting.
Yes, absolutely. It looks like it's just maybe one dealer Mangan away, roughly. Maybe a little bit more than that, actually. I think Takahashi being just slightly out of range if he does sumo dealer Mangan.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, Tojo again, not with the great high pie, but
Takahashi
that's
picks up
for
a pair
sure.
of those whites.
Yeah, but there's one's already out. One's just come out, so that's a little bit difficult. Yeah, you're sort of hoping the
I has
last
an
white could be in there.
Anko of reds. Um,
Right for some, isn't it? I never get
I
an uncle.
wonder if you're Tojo, how fast you want to play this hand. Do you really try your best to get away with just like a quick 2K hand? Because whether that's sumo or Ron, self draw or off another player, that's enough, right?
Yeah.
2K is just
Oh no, take the
it's
two
so
K.
achievable. It feels like.
You just and this is going to be a fast hand for that reason. The only person who really needs to build value is Hirano, but he could just keep his dealership. So it's speed. It's speed. That's the name of the game here. Um, and hoping not to throw into anyone. Also, which is really.
I don't know, is one away with a pair of souths, which is very valuable for him with that
Hmm.
speed.
Ah,
Takahashi pairs up the West and the Haku, so she has 2 avenues out.
yeah, she is the
Um,
West player.
One of each has been cut, so they're not great, but they're a little better.
That was the 4 pin, so that's a little upgrade for Sakai. She takes, obviously, but some very awkward shapes for poor Sakai there. That's another great draw for Hirano. Ah,
Yeah,
Tojo.
fantastic little upgrade.
This is not a good speed hand for Tojo though, and that Dora is super annoying. Ah, I would not want that Dora. Yeah, gotta throw the south.
Out
It's
comes the
gonna
south.
be called. No.
No, so holding on to it, I guess he values the one away Ricci attempt, perhaps, because he was a flexible one away on south, 2, 3, 5 mons, or 2, 3, 5, 8. So my bad. So that's very flexible. Takahashi calls that Haku immediately. It is the last one for her, and it's Yaku. And if she can get away with a single 1,000 points, she will have first place. Which, as we went over in the beginning, the score structure. Tepai.
Nice. Wow, well done for Hirano for holding out.
And on that 258.
Beautiful, beautiful. So the 8 being the Dora, though. So if you subscribe to Gemma's theory about Mahjong, never wait on the Suji of the Dora. It's not happy days. You have to draw it. You'll have to draw it, right?
I don't imagine anyone will drop it here. His pawn does not look very inviting, and the Riichi on the 3-so makes anything in that region automatically a little suspicious.
Takahashi's having a good think about things.
I think I would maybe drop west-west here. Just see what else I could maybe get out of the hand. But I think she's considering the 2-pin maybe from the slightly earlier 4-pin cut, maybe thinking either he completed the shape or...
So that 4-pin cut would make me never want to throw that 2-pin, because he could easily throw that out from a 3-4-4 shape, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I do. I would not throw that 2. I know it's tempting, but I would not throw that 2.
I think I would have just thrown west-west, honestly. Like, I think in terms of me getting out, I would have just thrown west-west and tried to get other things. Immediate Ipatsumo.
I think the problem with the West is that would have been defeat. That's the white flag. You're not going then. And she wanted to go. So I think a discard was strong. But Hirano, quiet, silent, uber intelligent, killer Mahjong player.
Riichi Ipatsumo Dora. And then I think there's an extra Dora or Pinfu. No Pinfu. No Pinfu. But he clearly got himself enough points to launch himself into first. So Dealer Mangan was enough.
But we don't stop the game. We keep going. So he has an opportunity to punish everyone else more, or they can punish him for being a little upstart.
Incredible hand, actually, for Hirano here. This is already 1 away, more or less.
Yes, he's got the three souths, which is always a nice way to start.
And he has the 1, 2, 2, 3, 3 pin, also a very nice flexible shape. So I guess the game is rewarding him for being patient before.
Yeah. The Mahjong tiles are like, okay, I see you, Mr. Hirano. I can see that you've got the patience. Oh, Sakai, this is not a great draw. Oof, don't like it. Paper.
I think it's like a good draw for him, but not a great draw for his hand's just not very fast. The 7-pin punishment, I don't know if that's really a punishment. When you're kind of headless, you're just kind of like, well, it's one or the other.
Yeah, 7, 8, 9. I mean, you've got to look for an outside hand. You've got to keep that live. Mate. Now Mahjong's punishing him. It's making him feel the high before it crushes him.
So now everyone's conditions are a little bit different. You can't just get away with the one-off 1,000 points.
I mean, Hirano can call, surely. If he can find a head, he can call, because he's got the sack, so he's got a yaku, he's got the table wind. So he's really.
But if he finds a head, I think he's just Tenpai.
Yeah, but he's in the strongest position right now, right?
Yeah. Oh no, again.
Oh, pain.
Simply, if you do not believe the first time, try again, I guess.
Yeah, Takahashi. Oh, that's a good draw for Sakai. Takahashi's hand is also starting to come together. Sakai, I guess, is going to. He wants to keep the 2-pin. Okay.
And
that's the Dora. That was the 8-man Dora.
Just checks it. Says, I don't need that.
Bold. Takashi's hand actually has come together nicely, which is really the way to win Mahjong, isn't it? Just draw all the tiles you need. I don't know why we bothered talking about strategy. Just draw the tiles you need.
Just like that. Probably gonna cut the 6-pin
Yeah,
here,
yeah.
favoring strong, good shape.
Very, very, yeah, very nice. Very flexible, very spongy. I like to think of it as like a sponge, like sucking the tiles into it.
This
And
is
the
Tenpai.
yeah.
Jun Riichi just gonna slam, says I have
I was about
very
to
little to
say,
lose elsewise.
you're not tempted to wait for that chanter? Okay, okay. Ah, oh no. Hirano's gonna fold out. I hope someone else is gonna throw into Sakai, and Hirano will maintain his dealership because, of course, Sakai is in 4th place. So if Hirano just doesn't lose, that's probably a good outlook, right?
Oh, immediate deal in. So
Yeah.
in this case, Hirano
Previous.
gets out scot-free and
What was the
Sakai
Urador?
loosed himself.
It was
Hard
the
to
6-man.
tell from
Yeah.
my end.
I think it was the 6-man, so he didn't hit again. But
If
Sakai
it
gets
was
the second.
6-1, then he would have hit. I think he had a 7, 8,
No,
9 in his hand.
no, sorry, it was the
Or sorry,
5-man. 5-man was the flip,
I
so it would have
see.
been 6-man was the Urador. Sorry.
Okay,
Um,
okay. So Hirano gets first after a long slog of his game,
yeah.
patiently waiting it out till the end. Sakai and Takahashi in second and third, and Tojo unfortunately fourth. Tojo's game just didn't pan out. She had such strong hands, a lot of significant value, and then it just kind of
Tojo looked
didn't
disappointed there. Yeah.
didn't do anything. But that is game one, so.
And that's great for Team Frontrunner, right? Really good. So they'll have pushed themselves up in their little block, the little gang of 3 that was stuck there.
They're still quite close, though, I think, given that second place team did get last, and so those teams, still kind of hovering around each other. A 1 point difference is 1 to 2 point difference.
Mm-hmm.
And taking a look at the standings. This might not be the correct standings because our foe was in second place previously, and his current standings do not look correct. 1 moment.
Hey, whilst you're watching us, you can like and subscribe. See, we got there. So our foe's still in second, right?
Our foe's still in second. It does look like that little pack there at the bottom.
I think maybe we looked at the wrong ones before
that.
I think we must have looked at the wrong standings before game, right? Because that would make sense. Our foe was in first and then dropped down to second. Okay. It's okay. It was a good game, and Hirano won. And if you want to meet Hirano, he's coming to America, and he speaks wonderful English. He's a native speaker, basically. So you can even ask him about his philosophies of Mahjong and learn more.
And you can even play him if you come join us in Las Vegas, where the tournament is happening, where you can win an auto table, play your favorite M-Leaguers and non-M-League pros.
And they're basically just like handing tables out. I mean, there's There's 2 tables at the door, 3 tables for the podium, and there's 1 table for the best performer on the first day, right? So that's 6. That's 6 tables. Those are some good odds. I would take those odds if my house wasn't so teeny tiny and had 2 children in it. Mahjong tiles are quite chokeable, right? But if there's not your life situation, I would heavily recommend doing that. So first of all, I would really like to thank Amy for her debut commentating. So round of applause behind your screens, guys. Amy, you've done absolutely brilliantly. You're far better commentating than me. So thank you very much.
I deeply appreciate you, Gemma, for being one of the first to commentate with me and having a lot of good back and forth yapping to be had. Really helped build a lot of the sort of blank space also of any awkward first draws and discards, because sometimes nothing happens and you're just kind of watching and waiting.
watching them sort their tiles. Yeah, but it was an absolute honor. And we have two very seasoned commentators coming up next, Nathaniel and Kairal. So I think they're ready. I think they're ready for us. Are you ready for us, guys?
Oh, we are so ready.
Hello. There you go. Is Kairal ready? Hi, fellow Brit.
Yes. Hello.
Hello. we all of us, we need to perfect that like transatlantic accent from Hollywood era. So then no one will know who's who. It'll be beautiful.
I could definitely see that working.
All right. I love a transatlantic accent. Thank you very much for listening to us. As I'll repeat it again, please do like and subscribe. It makes us feel very happy inside.
Oh, thanks so
Validated.
much to Gemma and Amy. Also, it was a very exciting game and excellent commentary as well. I have to say, watching Hirano come back in that game reminded me of the first game that I saw him play. Another situation where he declared a lot of Riichis, got a lot of fights, and basically lost every single fight up until the very late stage of the game in the South rounds when he managed to pull off the big hand that he needed to jump from last place all the way to a clean second. And in this game as well, he found that one big hand at the end, holding patiently, not calling the first South for Tuhan. Instead, aim for the Riichi and finding the dealer Mankan Sumo to confirm the first place, or at least put himself in strong position.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's just a lesson that we should never really give up, right? There's always a chance, especially if you're within 12,000 points. There's always that chance, especially if you're last dealer. But what a fun thing to watch. That was a really nice comeback. I'm hoping the next two games today will be just as exciting.
Oh, I'm certain that they will be. We've got game 2 coming up, and let's just head right into the players for that. So game 2 of the day, game 5 of the session. We are wrapping up session 3. In the East seat, we will have Remi Otsuki for Team Trenders. Get to keep watching this team, JPML Pro. Always fun to watch in the Sankei Shimbun Cup as well. In the South seat, Kengo Mori for AI Native. We were kind of tracking their progress yesterday as they started session 3 on the upswing. Couple nice wins, a win in a second place from what we saw, and Kengo Mori will hope to continue that today. Jun Nishikawa for Team Battle will be playing in the West seat. We watched him play not too long ago. Very fun and entertaining player. Kotaro Takizawa as well for Team Real Partner. Real Partner has been doing quite well as of late. We saw Yumi Uotani pull in a very nice second place yesterday. We'll see if that good fortune continues.
Exactly. Good luck everybody on the table for game 2 today. I'm excited.
I'm excited too. Let's get right into it. Amy and Gemma were talking as game 1 pulled up about the blue felt. Do you have a favorite felt color?
It's a really interesting question. I do like blue just in general, but I haven't really considered that until this point. I'm gonna have to think about that and come back to you later when we see some possibly some other auto tables.
Philadelphia has
blue is a nice color. It blends well with the sort of the yellow of the tile backs.
Certainly, and looks like just making sure that the Rinchan dial has been dropped. And yeah, I think there's some really cool felt colors at the club in Philadelphia. They've got some great variety there. But we open things with Otsuki as our dealer. East pair, South pair, West and North. Are we thinking about Shoal Sushi? Are we thinking about the wins?
It's there. I'm definitely thinking about maybe going for a half flush. We'll have to see what the first few draws are. If we get anything good in 2 suits, we may give you a on that. But yeah, okay. Maybe you can go for perhaps a 3-4-5 mixable sequence. That could be something, a long shot, but definitely a thing to consider from this position here. And we have a 4th one of bamboo.
We'll hold off on that cut. We'll see what happens. Oh, hang on a second. Here's a West. Well, now we've got everything you're looking for. Could we start this game off with a bang?
That would be incredibly exciting. We had one North already played. I think that's the one wind we don't have a pair of in Dealer Utsuki's hand.
South came out, no call. West came out, no call. Utsuki is aiming for it. She is playing patiently.
Although, with all these wins discarded, the odds of getting it are going to be quite low, especially now we've seen the first reach already.
Oh, that is just so quick. And I wonder if you are Otsuki, if you're thinking, all right, I'm glad I have a lot of safe tiles in my hand, or you're thinking, if I called, maybe they wouldn't have drawn into Tempai.
Yeah. But at the very least, I would have made them question it.
Well, we've got one away here. Could Khan into Tempai around the Dora? Instead, we'll play the one pin.
Yeah, the sad thing is obviously that we've got that 8 of bamboo, which we can't really discard. It's just a little bit too scary, especially considering the weight we left with that Khan. It's going to be very unlikely to draw Tempai, I think, with that one extra draw. So choosing instead just to be a little bit safe.
And
Speaking of Dora, though, it's here too. It can be used. That 2, 4, 5, 6, 8 shape accepts a 3 and a 7. But it doesn't matter. We have our first deal in. And another flip, too.
Riichi Mahjong, 8,900. It was a beautiful 369 8-pin weight for Takizawa. Such a fantastic looking hand. So quickly.
Yes. Not the hugest win, but definitely enough to get you in the lead to start off with. And you know what? That's really important. Position's what matters.
That will shift us into the East round. Kengo Mori with a 5-mon Dora indicator, a Dora, the indicator 4-mon.
Happens once a stream. Every stream.
Well, in this case, I had it right. I just said Dora and then decided to add indicator for no particular reason. But
honestly, it's all good. But still, ooh, very nice start for Nishikawa. Has the Dora in hand. Also got a completed triplet and just needing, I think, one upgrade for Tempai, I believe. Let's quickly check this one again. Okay, not quite. It's 2-away still, but it's still a very nice wide 2-away. Can definitely call the White Dragon if it comes. Whether we want to do that or not, or whether we want to hold off to get a bit more value. Much like we saw at the end of last game.
Ooh, great 3-pin fill. Utsuki also had a really nice looking hand, even trying to build bigger with the 9-mon cut.
Yeah, choosing to go for the sequence and hoping to draw around that 6-pin instead of going for the pair weight. Yeah, 6-mon also very useful here. Let's accept the Dora as well. If we do draw that 5, we'll have that nice 3-sided 147 weight.
Oh my, we saw that 7-pin kept as a floater, now paired up for Nishikawa. Could be something special, although Otsuki holding a couple more 7s in her own hand. Could this just end up as a pair's hand?
There's a chance. I don't think you really wanted to, but definitely. If we do end up pairing with something else.
Yeah, pair up 5-mon, 6-mon. Your hand is basically forced. The big question will be if he gets the chance to call, will it come through? Ooh, and this 8-pin as well. Let's it go.
I guess the next question is, you mentioned pairs, but what about triplets?
That's...
The odds of that happening are quite low, but you never know. You could draw a second triplet, and then you have decisions to make.
That was my hope for that. Now here's a pull opportunity. Will not call it. White Dragon also no call.
Yeah, I think you're right about this possibly being a 7 pairs push, especially with that 5-mon. If we do pad it up, we're going to take the Tempai 100% of the time. Okay, maybe not 100%, but close to. And yeah, now we're committing to 7 pairs, keeping the East. That will be a very, very good weight when we do get to Tempai. One of the tricks about 7 pairs is you want to try and make sure your final weight is something that people are likely to play. And East is still alive, so it's not completely safe, but there's a good chance it becomes safe later on if it is played and not called.
That was key. A big pause there. Has drawn the Dora, and it's a little awkward. She committed early with the 9-mon, 7-mon cut, and where the 9-mon seemed very natural, the 7-mon follow-up did sort of make the Dora harder to use if she did pull it in, and now she's kind of trapped, hoping to draw the 4-mon. It looked like, though, she wanted to think about playing the flush.
So I think this is a Harrison thing, but what's your opinion on 7 pairs where you've made a Khan, so you've got 4 of the same tile? Should that be allowed?
7 pairs after calling Khan. Don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of 7 pairs where you've got non-unique pairs in your hand, so you can have 4 of the same tile. But that's in your hand, not necessarily after calling Khan.
That's true.
But I do, I think that's funny. I think it's funny and I like it. I've been advocating for that to be included in the American Riichi Mahjong rule set. The only problem is that it is not programmed into the client that we use. Yes. Therefore, we cannot add it. But I'll petition Tenho to add that in so that we can use that rule.
Every now and then I think I hear Harrison like just going on a little tangent going, that would be such a cool rule. Either way, we do have our reach from Mori, the dealer. It is a pair weight. Yeah, but one of those pairs is the West, which is a once cut on a tile. I've missed out.
For sure. You're the dealer, so you can't really do anything but Riichi here. Otsuki does draw 1 copy. It is quite a sad Riichi. There were opportunities for Diamond improvements. There was the Dora draw, but you're not afforded a chance to wait for that any longer at the start of row 3. Oh, if he could have waited 1 turn, though. He thought someone would ping her.
I do think the West is going to be coming out, though. It is a once cut on a tile, and the player has cut other once cut on tiles. So will we see the West come out right here? East first. Makes sense.
Otsuki still has,
but I do see
8-pin Genputsu if she thinks it's too hard to find a Tempai.
That's what's very true. Yeah.
The farther and further we get, the less likely it is that she will trust that honor.
Oh, it's always better to take 100% safe tile than a maybe like 1 or 2% safe tile, and that's what we're going to be seeing for now. Very disciplined, as you say. Not much time left, so why take the risk?
Yeah, that if there was a draw, it was that one. Completing a shape, putting herself Ishantam.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we should see respectful fold of winning this dealer. What a play. Otsuki dodging the dealer roll. Who knows how much value that would have been with the Ura.
Exactly, you never know. Still, 3,000 points for Mori, and that is going to put them in second place. Their dealership will continue. 1,100 points whoever wins this hand. The scores are very close right now, so you never know. That could be very important.
We saw just how important it was in the last game with 3 players pretty much within 1,000 points of each other. And it just took a Riichi +1, and 4th place became 2nd place.
Yeah, exactly. We had, 2,300 in South 3 as well going into that last hand. It was a very important 2,300 with the scores being as close as they were.
Hand sorted.
We'll see something like that here.
Hovers the 1-mon, says, wait a second. That's the Dora. Let's not do that. I'm familiar with that move. Done it many a time myself.
Got to remind yourself, hey, just make sure I take a look at the Dora indicator first. And before I do anything else, just got to make sure. I'm not on autopilot. It's okay. Because we would have paired up, if you imagine if you didn't pair up the Dora right here.
It's a bit telling, though, when you grab a tile, you look up, and then you put the tile back down.
That's true. Anyone paying attention, and especially anyone who knows you, could definitely call that out. And so Mori does the most exciting start, but Otsuki does potentially have a 1-2-3 mixture sequence. Going to be a little bit hard now. We see that 3 here, but with honestly with 1-2-3, sometimes it's the best thing you can do. Tripling up the West though, it's very nice to see. Not their win, but it's still a completed set.
With Dora 2, dealer could be pretty optimistic about the value of the hand. Just play efficiently into Tempai. 4-mon. Is this an improvement? You lose 1-2-3 Sanjuku look, or 1-mon is Dora,
And you
yeah.
lose that Dora. Yeah. So having said that, the Dora, the Sanshoku might be a little bit ambitious, but we'll see. We'll see. Oh, a nice trip over the south here. One away for Nishikawa. A nice pair up of the 7 of bamboo there. If we are going to be trying to force that Sanshoku, we do need a pair elsewhere. Though I do see Sanshoku being dismantled at some point in the future.
So
That
one
pine.
set complete. However, if you're hoping for an outside hand, this is not the tile that helps. So 2-pin, 1-pin instead.
Giving up on the Sanshoku, keeping the best shape. We still have that reliance on the 7-9, I guess. We could theoretically have gotten rid of instead of the 1-2. Slightly more efficient to keep 7-9, because you can always draw into the pure sequence. Or just a nice two-sided weight.
It's interesting. Sometimes you look at other players' pawns to see if you think that Konchan is a little bit better than usual. And the 9-6-9 that's come out from Nishikawa is, you kind of feel, okay, they're not using 8-so. But actually, Nishikawa holding a pair of 8-so. That's why he can go 9-6-9. That is the one downside to making a read like that, is sometimes they're holding the pair.
Yes. Yeah, if you just assume that they're using sequences, you can make a lot of inferences based on that. And sometimes when you look at hands like this, especially when you see the 5-pin, the 3-pin, you might be inferring that maybe they're going for a flush because they've not played any Manzu, or you might be inferring that they've just got a lot of pairs in the hand, because you see a lot of middle tiles being played really early on.
Well, got a Tempai. It is Hidetaka on the 6-9 bar.
I guess you could theoretically wait on the pair weight, or you could just Dharma this. Not that I'm a big fan, but at least it's still going to be 3-han.
Just decide whether he wants to Hidetaka or not. Says, no, let me just take the weight that I can roll. You're not expecting to roll the 1-mon, but actually Otsuki has a 1-mon in her hand that she was going to discard towards a flush, and now that's not a good discard anymore. Oh, but she gets the call. We'll hold on to the 1-mon for now. If the 1-mon becomes safe... Oh no, the 6-mon!
Oh no!
The Hidetaka would have been the route. You couldn't
Unfortunate.
Couldn't really have expected that call into drawing the tile immediately. Camera folks always do a good job of making sure to capture the expressions of the players when we have tragedy unfold.
It is an important job, absolutely.
I wish there were cameras when I was playing in the US qualifiers for WC. I was in a good position, and something kind of wildly unlikely happened, and I was suddenly in a really rough position, and it would have been a great show, I think, for the cameras, seeing my expression change.
Absolutely. So yeah, looking at a quick count, there is one tile that still deals it in, and one tile that we can still draw for Mori's Reach. There's 1-7 of characters out there. But it is just a 1-tile wait, so everyone does theoretically have an opportunity to catch up here.
Otsuki says, 1-mon already not good, 6-pin, and 1-mon really not good. Let me just back away.
Tempo for Nishikawa, though.
He does have the South
Really
Yaku.
most exciting. Yeah. And even then, just being Tempai with only 3 draws left to go is going to be worth a while in and of itself.
If you can hold it.
Yes, that's the tricky part.
Dora pair.
Okay, the 1-man's been paired up. A chance to get to Tempai for Otsuki as well.
Big discard. The 3-pin makes the 6-pin now Nakasuji. Otsuki can actually make it.
Nothing suggesting the 4 of bamboo is safe, so we're just going to take a slower route.
She draws the west back.
And unfortunately, deals in.
I think I mentioned Nakasuji, but I was looking at the wrong pawn, the wrong discard pawn, so it was not safe. Fortunately, the damage is pretty low. Oh, wait, it was safe. It was the Nishikawa's open hand that it dealt into.
Yes.
So it was relatively inexpensive. That means the scores are still tight. Let's get 27-7 in fourth. Nishikawa 28-4 in third, but he has the dealership. And neither player too far away from first here.
Yeah, when the gap between first place and last place is 5,200, the dream is alive. Almost dealing in, it almost isn't that bad. It feels like maybe, as long as you still got hope, I can make one good hand and come back. So I'm expecting to see a lot of aggressive play. Maybe not right now. Probably later on in the South round if the scores get this close. But one good hand will do it for anyone. And drawing in a Dora for Nishikawa does help, although the rest of the hand is a bit of a mess. This is a lot more complete, but still it requires a bit of work. The early 5 of dot cut is interesting. We lose that Dora acceptance. We have to review what that hand was doing before we saw that 5 cut. Because 6 so 5 pin is a statement with your opening 2 discards.
It's Suwako. Just
Suwako works.
Don't need Dora when you're going to build a Yakuman.
Yeah, the message that I probably would read from that is I'm going for an outside hand. But, and actually to be fair, a lot of the pairs are outside tiles. With the west, the green dragon, of course. Possibly even the honor tiles we've got here that as one-offs.
Yeah, 2-pin commitment, not even playing for the 1-pin, 4-pin draws.
Yeah, if nothing else, even just 3 or triplets is great. All triplets is fine. It's not really where you want to be, but all triplets with the green dragon would be perfectly okay in that situation.
I think maybe one other reason to try 2-pin is there is a world where you end up in Banzu Honitsu. Flush with the characters. It's not where you'd like to be, but it is a possible path to the hand. Here is exactly where you want to be.
Well, hello there. The sad thing is that we still haven't ruled out. We're going to call this? We are. Okay. We have now ruled out Kokoshi as an option. Because we saw 3 of the white dragons, 3 of the red dragons, but the 4th of each hadn't been discarded. So for anyone else who's thinking, are they going for Kokoshi? Is that what's going on? Is that why we're seeing so many outside tiles? May have chosen not to play any of the dragons.
Unfortunately for them, now they have to actually pay attention to this hand.
Yes.
I feel like the theme with Kokoshi is once you've identified they go for Kokoshi, you kind of ignore it until they drop a terminal tile. And you give it a glance, say, they're probably still not there. And you ignore it some more.
They're probably one away, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So we haven't got 3 concealed triplets. We do have the Yakuhai and we have Tenpai on the east, I believe, which is the one Skull on tile. As we were talking about for Riichi Toy earlier, they do make very good weights because they seem, on the whole, safer. I think it's like 32% odds of winning or something like that. Actually, I think it's 33% and like 32% if it's twice cut. I think my stats are wrong. Actually,
It's kind of
I'll
wild
come back
though,
to on that later.
that twice cut is not really that much worse than once cut.
It's like 1% less, yeah.
Yeah,
just because if someone draws it, they're so likely to play it
right.
that you will get the run.
You do risk, of course, that tile being lost to the dead wall. However, if it isn't, it's almost certainly going to come out.
I think it might be 25 and 24. I think the 31 was something else, a different stat I was pulling from the ether. But yes. Okay, 1 away for Otsuki as well. Potentially a lot of value too. We've got that pure sequence. And I think we had a door in there. I have to quickly check that one again.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we'll ever switch off of this east. Is there a better option?
Certainly not yet.
Oh.
I still think...
Well, Tenpai.
Pure sequence. Draw 1. Waiting on the 8 of characters. Have to do a bit of counting to see how many of those we have already seen.
Yeah, you're not
This
expecting
hand could be.
necessarily as you cut away from a penchant shape that you will tempai before you have finished discarding that, but that is indeed what happened.
That's our East, by the way, choosing not to play it because, of course, it's unsafe. By my count, there's only one of the 8 man left. There's only one East left to draw as well.
The East,
The 1 versus 1.
it is safe against the Riichi. Could get baited into dropping it. I think Nishikawa.
There was definitely some temptation there.
Yeah, I think he's.
Saw Nishikawa's thumb rest over the East for a split second.
The discard pattern does indicate that you are playing a toy.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
with the late honor tile cut, could very easily be a Tonki wait, something that's better than the honor tile that had come out.
Yeah, if you've figured out that the hand is going to be pairs or triplets based, once cut honor tiles are probably the most dangerous tiles that could possibly be used in that situation.
There are times when, you identify a Chitoi hand, and so you start discarding just the wildest Musuji. Just middle 5s, 6s, whatever. Kind of giving hope and allowing other players to defend, giving them tiles that they can easily fold with, so that the tricky honor tiles don't come out.
Yeah, the trick with that is to make sure that you are paying attention to the rest of the table. Don't just tunnel vision one player and accidentally deal them to someone else. I have done that far too many times.
Yeah, very easy to do.
Said that though, the red dragon should at least be 100% safe because we see 3 of them.
Yeah, we did see the switch, by the way. The East is out. We have a 5-so now. It's the 8-so. It's in the same Suji line. The 5-8 are pretty close to equally bad here.
Yeah, exactly.
Might cut the 5 over the 8, but decides I can't push either. Goes with the 1 mon instead. Oh, and just then the 5.
Have we seen the 4th 1 man? Could we theoretically call it back? It would be an interesting decision. We haven't, so the 1 man could come out right here. A chance to call it back and then play the 5. We're going to see it.
Yes, let's go.
Yeah, we are.
I love this.
I love that.
And now I want to see it win. It's just such a fantastic play.
Yeah, I don't see anyone playing the 8 of bamboo, but I think there might be at least 1 left, right?
The East that he was waiting on so long ago comes back finally. But it looks like we're going to a draw. What an exciting hand.
Yeah, really well played. Getting the tempai, giving up, but then coming back.
The players can see, indeed, Takizawa on the Tonki swapping, and giving up and calling back. And that's not a small amount of points either. Takizawa now the only player over 30,000 points in the lead.
Yeah, exactly. Plus 1,500 for them, minus 1,500 for the other 2. It's a 3,000 point swing, which is more valuable than some of the hands. Okay. It may have been more valuable than just not Toy and Dragon, but Toy only.
South pair, West pair, 1 mon, 5, 6, 7, 8 mon, but some central floaters in the other suits, so not confirmed to be a flush just yet. It is awkward when the 2 wind pairs that you have are both non-value pairs. A lot of times you end up playing the flush just because of that.
Yep, you can either go for the flush or just play one of the pairs away and hope. But yeah, it feels like take a step back, and then usually it is. Not going to be committing to the flush just yet, though, especially with the 5 pin there. Let's us accept the 6 pin Dora.
Kind of already has enough shapes for the flush anyway, so the 1 mon not necessarily an important part of that hand, can still maintain the floaters and plan to drop one of the wind pairs later, if necessary.
That's very true. Also helps mask it if you ever do decide to go for the flush, that we've played at least 1 tile in the suit we're flushing in.
Exactly.
Early on, even though it is just a 1. Looks like we're seeing a 7 pairs switch potentially for Otsuki. Wondering if we're going to be seeing a similar thing over here as well, especially so we seem to be angling towards outside tiles. Like I said, though, with the 2, 6, 7, other people are going to be looking at that. They're going to be taking notice. So one of these things where I think it's really good advice when you're trying to build 7 pairs, but then when you play like this, you're just sort of shining a light, saying, hey, I'm going to be a problem. You've got to pay attention to me. I'm going to be a problem. Which is great. It's a great way to play, because other people have to react to you, but also other people can react to you, which is a different question. We do have another pair, though. A pair of the Dora for Nishikawa.
Yeah, what a fantastic.
So Dora 2. Great way to shoot ahead. I think the south was drawn by Takizawa as well. But here's our first. No, not quite. So one away. Don't have a head. Don't have a pair.
Headless. Ooh, speaking of pairs, that is Nishikawa continuing to collect. Also went away.
3 perfect draws in a row. Speaking of perfect draws, this is going to be Tenpai 5-8 of characters for Riichi. Yeah, just Riichi, because we don't have any of the Yakai, as you said.
You're not expecting to Anko up both of your non-value honors, and yet that's exactly what happened. Takizawa gonna have some food to count as he wins this hand.
That is always a nice bonus, exactly. You may not have factual points. If you have mini points, that's almost as good. By the way, though, everyone is at this point 1 away or ready to win. That is no, it's not, because we gave up on the one at bamboo.
Yeah, played the save tile, and now will fold. Six-pin Dora. That goes through without a call, without hesitation.
By my count, I see 4 of the 5-8 of characters, which means that there's still going to be 4 out there. And I take it back. That's clearly a miscount. I see only 2 of the 5-8 characters. I either didn't count some of the ones in discards or something like that. I don't know. But still, 2 tiles out there for this reach from Takizawa.
Oh my. So, this is Tenpai, but it is also Suanko Ishanten.
It's the kind of Tenpai that you sometimes want to just Dharma. And you'll feel bad about it if you win, but...
She will take the reach. And the pot grows. Another Riichi stick in the middle.
3,300 points. Very significant hand right here.
The 3-pin cut was Gambutsu to Otsuki, and Tsuji to the 6-pin that had come out from Takizawa. When he continues to fold.
Nishikawa's going to be... Yeah, Nishikawa's completely out at this point, which is perfectly fine. Unfortunate, but, you know, sometimes that's just how it is. Ooh, that's still not there, though, unfortunately. I think it is going to be a 2-person battle right here between Otsuki and Takizawa. The other 2 players being very disciplined, but also maybe passive. We'll see. We'll see how the south round goes.
The weight overlaps here on the 5-mon. In the case of a double run, although I don't expect to see it, head bump does apply.
Yes,
So
one of my least favorite Mahjong rules.
Takizawa would claim the points.
Absolutely.
No.
I don't think no player's got a deal in here, though. I think this is just going to be a battle of who can draw the tile first.
So far, so good for Otsuki. Has not drawn the Suwanko backfire. That's always the thing I'm afraid of the most. When I make this Riichi declaration, that I'll draw 8-pin or 4-mon or something along those lines and regret my decision.
Taking the absolute all the time you need just to make sure you've got hopefully a safe tile. The 8 of Babu isn't necessarily the safest tile. We do see a lot of 7s, so it was Tsuji to one of the Riichis. But it's definitely not guaranteed. I don't think there are any guaranteed safe tiles in that hand, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Where
that's when you see the tank. That's definitely
intuition.
what's happening.
Yeah.
You going through your
This is the moment
checklist.
where
All right, save
intuition.
tiles? No.
No.
Secondary save tiles. You just go down the
Yes.
list.
Where does my gut take me right now? Obviously, my gut is led by theory, but where's my gut take me right now? Because either way, though, we haven't seen either of the tiles hit deal in.
It's not as if they've been getting drawn. Though,
Yeah, I think we've seen a few of the 5s being drawn. But yes,
Yep.
2 and 8 have been suspiciously absent.
post Riichi, not a lot of action. So it will just be 2 players sent by Otsuki and Takizawa once again picking up the points, but a lot to be collected in the next round, even though, say, Nishikawa down at 25,400 has lost a few points due to Ryukyoku payments. Can collect all of that back because the Riichi players have not won their hands. They're leaving the sticks in the middle of the table.
3,600 to whoever wins this next hand. That is 2 Ryukyoku payments, as you say, and a little bit of change. So everyone's going to be looking forward to hopefully winning a nice, quick hand
Okay,
to snatch that pot away.
a quick call as it seems the Rinchan tile has been revealed. So they'll just confirm how to handle that.
Do you wonder what happens in this situation? Are we going to see a reshuffle, or...? Looks like that's the case.
Yeah, I think we saw this happen in, it was the Sankei Shimbun Cup, and they replaced the Rinchan tile with another tile from the dead wall.
That also works, yeah.
Definitely different ways of handling this scenario. And this happens all the time on the draw.
Yeah, exactly. Like, honestly, placing another tile, you'd have to come, what, 2 or 3 times to even see that other tile, so it's unlikely to come up, depending on where you put it.
I wonder if it's a bit chilly in the studio. Got a sweater for the break.
I would be.
Okay,
I'd be
here we go.
sweating.
We're doing a swap.
Me.
The tile from the end of the dead wall. The Rinchan tile gets revealed to everyone and put back into the dead wall. And an unknown tile from the end of the dead wall gets placed as the new Rinchan tile. Get to see the door up. And the hand will
So
continue.
it's quite interesting because now everyone knows that there is 1 less 6-man to draw. That's information that everyone has, so I guess it's fair. But also very important, right? When you're considering things like Carbe and
Yeah, for sure.
just even just chance of you drawing it yourself. So keep a mental note: 1 6-man is already accounted for.
You might be less inclined to take a 6-man content. Oh, speaking of 6-man.
Yeah, as you say.
The Shabo already looking worse.
We do still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 6 though, so that still accepts the 5. Ooh, well, hello, Sanchoku 789 for Otsuki, just missing the 9 of bamboo. These are the kinds of opening hands I like to see. Actually, also upgrading to the 6, 7, 8, we could use the 9 of dots as our pair. So we're going to keep the 6, 7, 8, 9 of characters in case we draw the other side, the 6 pin. Five also kind of helps us a little bit. It's a bit awkward, but definitely want to keep the option of drawing in the 6. Otherwise, everyone getting pretty decent starting draws here. Just missing the 6, the 6 and the 8, I believe, for potential Itsu for Nishikawa as well. A lot of value on the table here for everybody here.
Yeah, again, we were talking about the sticks remaining in the middle. Speed at a premium.
That's also very true, yeah. It's always weird when in a pro match, especially when you're playing against pros and you have a pair of dragons. And you're like, if I were playing against weaker players, I could see that dragon coming out really early, and I'm getting a nice sort of high guaranteed. But sometimes it's a bit tricky, especially when you know the other players are not going to be giving you away free dragons. This green dragon in Utsuki's hand. Obviously, Utsuki is inclined to go fast as well, but
I would say
you may never see it get played.
in this type of hand, though, unless you are pretty far from Tepai, you might be more inclined to drop a dragon in favor of holding wider acceptance somewhere to maybe make your own speed. If your hand is slow, then you don't want to drop it and allow other players to speed up their own hands.
Exactly, yeah.
See,
Speeding up hands. It is relying on that green dragon that we see the remaining two. One of the players could discard it, or perhaps we'll never see it again, and then people will choose to end up getting a weight that includes the green dragon somehow. If it does come out, though, I think Mori's got the advantage here. It's a big if, though. I could definitely see the green dragon coming out when Utsuki gets to Tenpai, though.
For
It's going to have
sure.
to happen first, though. As you say, don't give these things away for free. Maybe. If you accompany it with a reach declaration.
So far, the tiles that Otsuki and others have been cutting, they're not really so useful. More useful than holding the green dragon necessarily.
Okay, it does eventually come out. It's going to be called. It's going to be Tenpai for Mori. Probably going to be taking the wider weight by cutting to 5. Absolutely.
3/6 Mon. Cat's out of the bag now. You definitely know it's Tenpai.
You know it's Tenpai and you know it's probably somewhere around that 5 mark. But don't think Mori cares. Just get that Tenpai, try and claim 3,000 sister points. And take those points to the bank.
It's almost freeing in a sense that the discards have come out in this fashion. If you do strongly believe that its weight's around the 5 Mon, then there's only so many things it can be, right? It's not 4/7, so it's probably 3/6. So 3/6 Mon, it looks bad, and then maybe a 2 Mon in the instance that it was a 1/3/5 shape.
Exactly, yep. Only so many options, and we do have the triplet of the dragons, so that 1/2/3 is definitely a possibility as well.
But it's pretty likely that if it was something like a 1/4 weight, the 5 would not have been in the hand. So I think there's only a few Mon tiles that look dangerous.
Yeah, exactly. But at the same time, I definitely would have made that call too. Just because I want to at least be in it to win it. And by my count, there's still 3 tiles left. You may not be able to get a drawn off anyone, but you can definitely draw yourself.
That player's pretty close to Tenpai here. Otsuki went away for the big value. Symmetrical potential with the Dora. Nishikawa, his 2-pin looking worse and worse, has been cut a couple times now. Shelton as well for Takizawa. Pin is no go though. 7. Is it better than a 4? Not necessarily. Out it goes.
For a second, I got excited. Saw the Manzu. No, not quite.
A little bit awkward here.
As you're saying, if you can justify the 1, this is still a very good position to be in.
Right, you can play the 7 so as the pair and maybe draw something around the 6 Mon. Some potential
Obviously,
CD
the 8 is Dora.
I'm gonna give up. The San took a chance at least, not necessarily the hand.
Yeah. Yeah, the 8 being Dora does make it a little bit tougher, right? But we do see 3 of the 7s, so at least we've pretty much ruled out that most players aren't going to have 6-7. As Jen says, came from Mahjong.
Oh, Tenpai.
Definitely yes.
It's not.
Yeah, just gotta play Dora to make it happen, though.
Yeah, I don't really want to do that. There's so much value in the middle of the table, though, but Dora? If it's a Shampon, if it's a Tonki...
And yeah, we only see 3 of the 7s, so there's a very real chance someone has the last one in that 6-7 shape. And it's true. Thankfully for them, it is complete, so it will not deal in, but it could be the one shape that's left to go very easily.
Oh, well,
And there's a 2!
back to Ishandam. Still some hope to get into this. Need to draw an upper so tile, though.
Yeah, the least validating thing I've ever had. You know, when you give up and then immediately draw the tile that you would have gone on and it happens. But that's Mahjong.
You're almost hoping that the tile that you folded on is the deal-in tile, so that you didn't make the error. By the way,
That's true, yeah.
Takizawa Tenpai 5-8 mod. Another one.
Okay.
Clearly safe.
As you say, 2 players Tenpai. And we go again. This time Mori gets Tenpai payment.
He's decided that he just never wants to not be the dealer, so he's just going to hold Tenpai every single hand, continue to collect payments, continue to grow the number of sticks in the middle of the table, 3 home but now to accompany the 3 sticks, 1,000-point sticks.
Honestly, though, it's worth fighting for, right? Just being Tenpai for 4 hands here at this point. East 3 and then the 3 repeats in the East 4.
Well.
Takizawa. Not into an unassailable lead. Certainly not, but a very nice lead nonetheless.
Double East pair for Takizawa. Shun pair
start.
Among others for Otsuki. By the way, 1 pin
Yeah,
Dora.
Okay, meanwhile, 2 dragon pairs for Nishikawa. If we are going to be thinking about a fast hand, a lot of people have the tools to build that fast hand.
Welcome, dude. We're in game 2.
Always good to see you. Okay, West called. That is going to be Yakuhai. Everyone is just going to be speeding along to get that 3,900 points right now. And a really nice fill in here. Including while the dragon triplets could still call the other one if you want to try and speed the hand up, maybe if we can find a pair elsewhere.
A sudden
but
flurry
everyone
of
is calling.
calls. This is the hand where everyone opens their hand for those sticks. Nishikawa,
Absolutely.
the only player that's going for monster value. I guess Otsuki as well, with the pair of Dora, could build Mangon even.
But we are going to have... still one away.
Oh,
for Otsuki.
He thought he saw a 3, and it was... Or rather, he has a 2-3-4. He meant to call the Chi and revealed the wrong set of tiles.
Oh no.
Unfortunate
Someone call a judge.
Now, will we see the Ossipine style call where you are forced to make the call and put it on the side, and it looks very funny for the cameras? An understandable error. If you are planning to make a call and you see the tile you're looking for, you say the words, but the tile isn't where you thought it was in your hand. This thing can happen. Okay, looks like they'll allow...
We are allowed.
Okay.
Very kind of the judges.
And the tile that...
Very...
The tile that we saw was the 3, so out it'll go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. It's nice to be able to resolve it this way because really that was the intent of the call in the first place, and nothing really changes that much. No extra information is revealed.
And yeah, absolutely, especially in a sort of more casual say, you want people to be able to play the game as long as the game's not interrupted or anything like that. So always good to see. I like that call from the judge. Ooh, a much better tempo as well for Takizawa.
4-6 pin. And Nishikawa has quietly, without opening his hand, been building a monster, maybe even Itsu, Honitsu Yakuhai.
Yeah, absolutely. Still got a ways to go, but the one Pinsy tile you don't want to be calling, but you drew yourself, so there you go.
Yeah, this is. I have to
Kind of
say,
awkward,
I
actually.
guess the 7's a little bit better than the 2 in terms of filling in a shape. We'll just drop the 5 mod and look for both.
But the very least, probably has the highest chance of reaching Tempai, even though Tempai will be another really unfortunate weight. Just not quite true. Take back. But still.
Haku on
Gonna
Khan.
see the Khan for the extra draw. Honestly, when your hand's this good, the extra draw is probably going to be very important. That's not it yet, though, unfortunately.
Nice, it becomes
9,
Nudora.
but Bambi will...
Not particularly relevant here.
Yep, we see 2 of them already discarded. I don't think anyone else is awarding them. Did we call them White Dragon? No. Different player.
That was in the
Pass
Khan.
different hand.
But Otsuki now with multiple Yakuhai options. Of course, the Green Dragon paired up in this hand. Ooh, and he doesn't like the 7. He knows it's suspicious and it will deal and cannot stop on that gorgeous hand of his.
East 4 will continue. Thankfully, the Khan did not give any Dora to Takizawa, so a sigh of relief in that regard, at least. But still, Takizawa continues the dealership and claims that huge pot. Pretty sure at least 2 of those 6 were Takizawa's, but still nice to get them back. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and I really like, I appreciate Nishikawa stopping on that 7, sort of acknowledging to us watching that he knows it's a bad tile, and understanding that according to the situation, he should continue pressing forward.
Absolutely, yeah. At the end of the day, it's everything in Mahjong is a gamble, and if you know the odds, but you still want to take them because you think it could pay out, that's a decision you make, and sometimes it does. Not today, though.
Can you imagine,
but
though,
we still have...
if he had cut away from his Ishanten and played around that 7-pin? Would have been incredible.
It would have been very fun to see. Either way, though, we are still in East 4. There are no Riichi 6 available anymore, but there are still 4 repeat counters. It's going to be 1,100 points to whoever wins this hand. Not quite as exciting as the last one in terms of the pot, but I can tell you what is exciting. The building half flush in Mori's hand right here.
Yeah, I was interested in the 4-mon cut there. A lot of times if I want to move in the direction of a flush, I try the penchant first, but he just fills the penchant.
Maybe a bit of a sixth sense, perhaps. See, it's situations like that where I don't really want to draw that because now I can't go for the flush. I feel like I don't have permission to go for the attack anymore. I have to just take the speed. Especially now you see a reach from the dealer. Takizawa, once again, not giving anyone a chance to rest.
Oh no, and this is incredible too. Riichi 3-sided with 3 copies of the Dora.
This is Tempai. But are we going to attack? Can't Dama because the 9, well, because we don't have Yaki. Even though the 9 is in the reach player dealer's hand. I can still see the 9 coming out if no one has anything safe. To prioritize folding to the dealer over the other player, but either way, though, it is 369 for Takizawa. Incredible wide weight this early on.
369. So you feel like you've got the advantage not just in the weight, but also the value holding a triplet of the Dora. That's probably why we see a bit of pause from Woody on the Chase Riichi. You can, according to some theory, Riichi a good weight against anything, even if it's Riichi only. However, it's always a risk against the dealer when you can't see any of the Dora.
Yeah, absolutely. By my count, though, we see 8 of the tiles in this 369 weight. That means there are 4 left to draw in. I would expect Takizawa to draw this, but you never know. I'm gonna knock on wood because I don't want to curse anything.
You could have 5 tiles in the wall to 1, and it doesn't matter if those 5 tiles are at the very end and the 1 is a lot closer.
Absolutely, yeah. 5 versus 1 still means you've got a 1 in 6 chance of winning, even if you're the one behind. That is higher than you might think. Obviously not a chance you want to take every day, but certainly not the worst odds. There's one of our threes. We see Otsuki collecting all the tiles that deal in and storing them away safely away from Takizawa's hands.
So far, Nishikawa's done a good job of staying away here, but as it gets later, if he runs out of save tiles, he does see 3 copies of the 7-pin, a couple copies of the 8-pin, and is holding 2 copies of the 9-pin. You could try the 9 later.
Yeah, we see 3 of the 7s. We see only 2 of the 8s. It's not double 1 chance, but it does look very safe.
He is, though, finding the path in the Monza. Pushing the 4-mon through.
Yeah, exactly. That's one way of summarizing it. Takizawa just decided to stop losing. You know what? I've let myself lose for too long now. It's time to start winning. But Mori gets the win this time around.
And the Una to boot. Shutdown finally. Takizawa looks at the Nomi hand that beats him. Says, really? By door 3? Okay, here's your points.
Very nice win. And yeah, it may not be the most exciting hand, but it still was worth plenty of points, especially with the reach sticks and those 4 Humber on the table. Takizawa does keep the first place position though, for now, but it's become very close. I still think Nishikawa can overtake here. I'm gonna say right now, I'm gonna put my commentator's blessing on Nishikawa because they are in last place going into the South round. I hope they manage to claw some points back before the end.
You know what? West seed in the South round? That's a great place to be.
So, South 1. This is looking a little bit messy, unfortunately. But plenty of time to try and make things a little bit better for ourselves. Pair of the Green Dragon here, potential half flash as well. Not sure if we're going to commit to that, but maybe we cut the 8 of bamboo first and just see where things are. The 8 of dots is, of course, Adora, so that's going to make things a little bit more less likely for you to want to go for that flush. You've got Adora in your hand already. But we'll see. Yeah, especially with this 5, I think I'm considering... Oh, no, okay. Thinking about the flush a little bit more than I would have at that point. Hopefully it will pay off.
5 so draw. Maybe Itsu pulls for Takizawa in the future. Could get the straight in the bamboo tiles.
Yeah, just missing the 3 and the 4 of bamboo to make that happen.
Well then.
Speaking of Itsu, missing the 1 and the 5 for Mori.
Decision time. And decides 9-pin first. We might cut the door later.
Nishikawa finding value potentially in the 1-2-3 Sanshoki. Got the shape on 2 sides and just a 2-pin on its own currently, but I see the path. I see the dream. There's also a very good chance that we end up having the 1 so as our pair, so the Sanshoki won't happen for Nishikawa. But there's wiggle room. We need 2 brilliant draws for both of these players to make either the Itsu or the Sanshoki.
Oh, Green Dragon paired up.
Yeah.
Just after it comes out.
Okay, the 3 of characters. This is what I was saying. 1-2 Sanshoki, it's doable.
And Knights of Draw would
We
be fantastic.
We need to pair up something else because we do not want the 1 of bamboo to be our pair, but we could also just select the 1 for 7 weight and just hope we draw the 1. This is not Tempai, but it feels like it should be.
The 2, 3, 4, 4, 4 is pretty
away.
strong, but you also get 5 on acceptance with the upper side. Since that overlaps, choose the 9-mon. There's even a Sun Uncle look. What he will choose, though, to call into Tempai.
South green is going to be the weight.
South would be a Mongon, double South, and the Honitsu. Green Dragon still pretty decent value. We will have a Riichi.
It's not the Sanshoku chance, but it's still Reach Pinfu. And Nishikawa needs those points.
Takizawa, though, into
The three
Ishantan.
bamboo.
Big 3-draw really incentivizes him to push. Otsuki probably out after drawing the Dora.
Ah, no, the Sanshoku could have been real. Had we waited one turn, no way to know that. And we were going to see a fold from Takizawa as well. No, so from Nishikawa, as you say.
Nishikawa in this Riichi here, still looking 1-4 mod. Takizawa did cut away from that 9, so has this terrifying looking green dragon against the flush player that is overflowed and pushing against the Riichi. All of a sudden, Honor Tiles become extra risky, even if it is once cut.
Otsuki here does want to try and make something happen here, but I just feel like it's asking too much, unfortunately.
What, he testing every single pin tile? 3, 5, 4? No, none of these? Alright, pin tile's probably safe. Still can't trust anything around the door, though.
No, absolutely not. Pair chant weights are far too common. We can see one of them played already. Sorry, we see two of them played already, so it does make it a little bit better, but again, doesn't rule out the 7-9 shape. It will be a free 10-7 with that 7-9 shape, but still.
6-pin, good news. Clears the 9-pin Suji as well. One mod no go.
So one, that will deal in. I was going to say, they carried 3 of the weights. The 4 man was accounted for, but the 1 was drawn and played. And we see an error flip.
So Riichi Pinfura.
There was a well, but this was Reach Pinfu over Sanshoku. But it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
We disregard that.
Yeah, Nishikawa still got a nice payout, and I think waiting for Sanshoku is probably a mistake, all things considered.
Look, it's never a mistake to wait for Sanshoku, I'll say that much.
Okay.
A bit facetious. A bit facetious. My favorite Yaku deserves to be waited for.
I am a big fan, but I blame Gemma for that.
All right, big dealership for Morty in second place, 31-8.
Absolutely. Decent start. Got that Dora. Got 2 completed shapes already. Still going to make the rest of it work, though. Less exciting start here, but we do have the pair of white dragons. We do have a couple on single dragons. The red dragon, of course, being held by Takizawa. So that's not going to triple up anytime soon. We have the pair of the Dora, though.
Wow. Promising. Still some shapes to work together for Mori, but when you've got the Dora pair, it really brightens the outlook for the hand.
Yeah, not only does it make you smile a bit because you've got value, it also means that the other players don't have it, ideally at least. So if you know the other players don't have the Dora, you could be a little bit more aggressive.
We'll keep our eyes on Nishikawa for Kokushi possible.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that today. A lot of 6-5-3, 6-5-2 as our opening 3 discards. That's usually what I look for when I'm playing for, well, watching out for Kokushi. But this is the only time it's actually been Kokushi. Every other time it's been either Chitoi or a flush or something else. It's interesting to see that level of play there, because that would intimidate me, I think. I shouldn't like kind of tell people how to beat me, but that would probably intimidate me if I saw that from a player.
Yeah, I mean, you know, of course, that all these players are extremely efficient. Speaking of, which straight into Tenpai.
Takizawa on the 1-4 pin for, I think it was pin foe, not actually pin foe. We do have the red dragon pair, so we don't get to score the extra 1 hand.
Okay, even if it is false Pinfu, we still have 2-sided weight.
Yeah, it's also just first Tenpai as well, which is more than good enough.
Yeah, problems for the Kokushi hope. All the Kokushi fans might find it a little tricky to push that Dora, even if it is Nakatsuchi.
Yeah, the only time I would ever even consider playing that is if I was Tenpai, and we're not there yet. So folding makes a lot of sense.
Could have
5 is
tested.
almost there.
Yeah, maybe the Haku has a quick check, but decides in the end too many hard tiles to push. It's back. It's a sign. No.
Send it home. So by my count, I see 4 of the tiles that deal in here to this reach, which means there's 4 left that get Takizawa the win and move us straight to South 3. But I get the feeling, based on what we've seen so far this game, that we actually might just go to exhaustive draw a few times. Everyone here has been very defensive. It's been fun to see.
That's a little bit of a push there, the 4. I think the 7 came out from the Riichi player, but not the 1.
That's true. Yeah.
Otsuki wants to play this. That was 1 so or 9 mon safer. Goes with a 9 mon.
Does make a lot of sense though, because obviously score doesn't matter, so as long as you are the one who gets a position. Every position's worth 1 point. I think it does give you a little bit of a freebie, as it were, to be a bit more aggressive, although we have seen a lot of very good defensive play. That 4 will deal in, but we're not going to be seeing it cut at any point here. No, what am I talking about? Wrong suit. I'm getting this hand and last hand mixed up. Oh no.
3 so, not how that helps necessarily.
It is very nice to see how this Kokushi chance has still developed into a maybe workable hand going into row 3. It's still quite far away, but the idea that we haven't completely given up, that maybe we can just find a Tenpai by the end of this hand to salvage some points. Really like to see that discipline play.
Now the question is, how many Suji does Otsuki want to try? Already 147 cleared. Has tried the 9 mon. Want to clear the 3-6 as well? Just say it's not a mon tile? She will.
Yeah, the analogy people often use is Russian roulette, right? There are only so many Suji, and if it's going to be one of them, then every new one you try increases the risk of the next one to deal in.
A part of the scenario here is such an early Riichi that it might not even be a good wait.
I definitely have thought that and been wrong before. Not the kind of thing you want to be wrong with, but you are right. On the whole, it often tends to be either a lower value hand or a less useful wait. But it's definitely not the thing you want to just say, oh, it's fine, I could deal in. Oh no, it's
What
a
are the
manga, they flip there a
odds?
3.
Yeah. That's the thing. If they are willing to take a bad weight Riichi, then they probably have some sort of value to back it up, right?
Usually, yeah. Although having said that, as long as you're first Tenpai, I think it's usually plus EV to take the reach. Usually.
Finds it though.
There's the one though. Finally do see it. Reach only, unless we flip some Uradora.
Not quite.
Not quite. But still. Takizawa claiming more points, and more importantly, we're moving to South 3. Everyone else is running out of time if they want to try and overtake Takizawa. And Mori, the person who's most inclined to do it, has now lost their dealership, so it's all looking good for Team Real Partner, that's what I'm saying.
Nishikawa will have the dealership here in South 3. I always like to pause a little bit in my last dealership, play a little bit more slowly, think about my condition, especially in South 3. South 3 I see as the swing round. In a battle for position, this is the round that sets yourself up for your conditions and all last. Everyone plays to their condition when it gets to the last round, but this is the round that gives you the best possible condition.
Absolutely. And it's not the greatest start, but we do have the pair of dragons. We could definitely try and go fast, especially if the white dragon is played nice and early by Takizawa here. But otherwise, it'll be tricky to get that win in. Still, Nishikawa hasn't given up. We talked about this earlier when Hirano managed to come back at the end. Never give up, because you can always make a gap of 10,000 points to at least get into second place.
This hand has potential. I am curious to see if it ends up becoming good enough to skip the first copy of the White Dragon. Every single draw that comes into this hand before the White Dragon gets discarded makes it more likely that he can pass the first copy.
Yeah, exactly. Just because your dealer does not necessarily mean you to open and be super fast, you can try and get that reach for the extra value. And these draws are getting better. We do have that depending on the 7 of characters, which is going to be a little bit unfortunate. But if we do pull that in, I think a reach, maybe not a call, could be definitely on the cards. A nice pair up here for Mori, but still needing some extra things. The 4 is not going to be great, especially as it's discarding the 5 already. We want to be pulling in that 3 of characters, Dora. Salto does not do anything, unfortunately, for Otsuki.
So it's a small improvement towards Ipeko. The problem is the 9 has come out twice.
Yeah, the weight only gets 1 tile better. This is a huge draw. 1 away for dealer Nishikawa. Again, that depends on the 7 of characters. But apart from that, it's looking very, very nice.
Yeah, notably cut away from the 4 tile sequence shape in the Pinzu, looking for the Sanchoku draw around the 5. So,
ooh, now there's a lot of free 10 risk here, but yeah, cutting the 9, keeping the 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Currently waiting on 7. Could become a 4/7 weight though, and we have discarded the 4-man. So you get to be a little bit more careful. There's one of our 7s. Going to be right at home in Mori's hand.
Still holding that force for Mon, can connect to the Dora. 7, so here's your decision. Do you break away from the Furiten shape? We'll cut a pair even.
I can see it.
It's a little bit awkward. That means that the Hakupon will not be Tempai.
Exactly, we'll be giving up on our pair, but at least we'll be able to avoid that 3-10 shape and have the was it the 3-6? I think it was. I just yeah. So worst case scenario, we still have a nice 2-sided weight available, even if we did take a step back to enable that.
Yeah, that's some good foresight. Thinking about the possibility of ending up on the Dora Nobetan shape. 3, 4, 5, 6. Mon. And if he does draw one of the sequences to completion, can just slam a Riichi.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we found a pair potentially in the 7 of bamboo. Slightly wider 1 away. Then we had with just the west. Could call this, but again, as you say, choosing to skip the first white dragon.
We saw Hirano make a similar move in the last game, although his Ishanten was slightly stronger than this. But it's in the sort of same mindset. Nishikawa wants the big win. Here's the second one.
I think you call the second one, right? Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to see that. Tempai for dealer Nishikawa. Winning on the 7 of characters. It is a Suji trap. He played the 4 really nice and early. But it's not the Suji trap we really want. It's on the 7.
The players have been paying attention. They will have noticed that Tsumokiri from Nishikawa, and then called immediately the second one. So they know he passed the first and called the second. Read from that what you will.
Yes. Usually my hand is bad. I don't. Oh, that's what we were looking for. Okay. So Dora and 7 of bamboo. It's still not the greatest weight in the world because obviously Dora's not be coming out from anybody.
Yeah, the 7 also
see
pretty well locked.
I think there's 1 3-man out there. I might have missed it, but we definitely see both the remaining 7 of bamboo.
There's actually a world where we could see 8-so, 7-so discarded from that hand as a result of the 9-so being completely dead. So that's really acting like a penchant waiting for a 6-so.
Yeah, I could see that. Especially considering it's Mori, who is currently second place, probably doesn't necessarily want to take huge amounts of risk going into South 3, but it's a very tenuous second place. You don't want to be... You still want to try and win a few more points, both to try and get that first place position and also make sure you don't get overtaken by Itsumo.
One of the issues is as you look at the dealer hand, there's the Dragon Pulse, so Yaku confirmed, and then the weird part is the hand start with 7-pin, 1-so, 2-so, 5-mon, 4-mon. It's weird to cut the Dora that early. The Dora adjacent shapes that early. You might think that it could be a Dora pair lock-in, which is definitely scary to deal into. Might play with extra caution at this stage. Oh, but finds the 6. Maybe the 9-mon's a little bit better than the 4, but I think the has that Tsuchi cleared? The 4-5 certainly has, but not the 6-9.
Exactly, yeah.
So it counts the number of 7-mon and 8-mon visible. 4-mon, of course, just safe to the open hand. We don't know about the other players. Hand.
It's not safe to the others, of course.
Let's try the 9.
Okay, so waiting on the 5. Tempai, though. I think we're going to be seeing another tense situation where we end up going into a few dealer repeats in South 3.
One of the problems that Mori had to consider in that situation is if I cut the 4-mon, take the safe entry against the dealer, and I draw the door later, what do? I'm out. I have to fold. Playing the 9-mon, slightly more dangerous tile now, means that if he draws the door, he can maintain tempai.
It's also that you might be thinking Nishikawa's not quite there. Maybe Nishikawa's one away. And by cutting the 4-man, I know Nishikawa played the 4-man, but you don't want them to have the chance to cheat and get into tempai this late.
There it is. There's the Dora.
As you say, there it is. You called it.
Now it's 50-10, so we might not see the Riichi, but he can follow cut 9-mon once again and maintain tempai.
Absolutely. So yeah, 2-5 for Pinfu, but as you say, 50-10. That 7 will deal in, so it's not going to be played.
He finds the safe 9-mon. East clears, and 6-0 is no go.
Guess it's a chance to change weight, but at the same time, don't want to play the 6 or the 7 here.
4-so came out fairly recently. You could try the 7-so as a result.
Either way, yeah. I mean, you're not winning this hand, so the question is, how do I keep my tempai? Yeah, 7 is going to be what we do. Makes sense. And so, we have 2 players tempai. Once more, 1,100 points to Nishikawa and Mori, getting their own back from East 2, where Otsuki and Takizawa were both tempai twice.
How things change in the South round. But shoutouts to Mori for finding the path to maintain the tempai there. He read the possibility of drawing the 1 bad tile. And it did indeed happen. Rewarded for his choice there.
Absolutely, yeah. And now within 8,000 points of first place. A Mangan on anyone will tie.
And if we consider the Honba, we'll even overtake.
Good point. I didn't count the extra 300 points. This could be a very, very important 300 points going to South 4.
That's so true. Even the margin between Otsuki and Nishikawa is less than 300 points.
Very, very true. Everyone looks like they've got a relatively slow start so far, at least. But that just means that everyone's going to have to try their best to build value, to build speed. No free ticket into South 4 for anyone here.
3-mon great for Takizawa, really 5-mon great for Otsuki, 7-so great for Mori. 6 okay.
The best thing. There were 2 though for Nishikawa.
You know what?
Hard to use, but there were 2.
Yeah, you're right. Great draw for Nishikawa. Back to back to back to back. All right. The wall noticed the hands were a little slow and said, let me speed you up a bit. Here's a 4-0 for Otsuki, filling the kanchan shape.
That is one of the best things about having a bad hand, right? There are so many tiles that help. And this is what we see. Such a really fast progression for everybody here. It just keeps getting better for Otsuki. 1 away now. Did not expect to say that after 4 draws, but that's Mahjong.
With another pair. Could be Tanyo, could be Chidoi. Oh, the big 1-mon Anko. I was going to say that the 1-mon as a pair is a little bit weak here, but now it's just a huge Ishanten for Takizawa. And he's holding a 3-so and a 7-so as floating tiles in the Sozu. That means every single So tile can be drawn and accepted into the hand. For Tenpai.
Okay, I was wondering, what was that tile? Couldn't see it. Oh, interesting. Just have to keep the 5-6-29 instead. Yeah, absolutely. Very nice draw. 1 away now for Mori as well.
2-way. A great advancement for him. Will he get there before... Ooh, second pair. This one not so good.
No. Want that all inside. Oh, this is a much better 1 away. Still 1 away though. That's have a dependency on the 7 of dots, which we see 2 of them discarded, so it's going to be probably not the tempo we want to take, but...
Yeah, we saw the natural sort of 2-pin, 3-pin coming out of Nishikawa. Normally you wouldn't cut a diamond shape like that, but Nishikawa really wants Tanyo, and 2-mon, a 2-pin, 3-pin is a little bit hard to get that. The 1-pin has come out 3 times, also making the diamond shape weaker. Wait, this is Sanaku Tenpai. I don't think we Riichi that.
No, but it's still very fun and interesting. I think I'll just wait on the 7 of bamboo for a little bit. Yeah, we will see. We'll see what we end up drawing. I like the Dharma here.
Here's the problem though. He's gonna get caught. Here's the Riichi from Otsuki, and now the 7 is hard to play.
Well, 7 will deal in Manzu. Though I think the 7 of bamboo is still safe.
Right, it is right next to the door though. It makes it tricky.
Yes. Absolutely.
Oh, he's got to reconsider now.
Could just keep Tenpai. Could even give up on the 3 Kasutras just to go for the 2-side away if we draw something around that.
Yeah, certainly that was the plan. The plan was to be able to accept the Dora and take the Diamond Riichi. At least that's what I think I would plan.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly fair. Going to see a little bit of defense from Mori.
Another pair.
Another pair.
That is close for Nishikawa. Could just get there with the pairs. The 9, so not quite it. We'll play a little defensively from the lead.
Still Tenpai. Waiting on the 8, but no Yaki. Yeah, but still Tenpai.
Katsumo, I believe we see 3 copies of the 8, so.
Sometimes the best you can do is just get to a ready hand and hope that you don't ever draw anything unsafe, and maybe you can claim some Tenpai payments. But as you say, most of the 8s are accounted for. 3 of them, in fact, as you say. 2 in Otsuki's hand, 1 in Mori's hand.
Nishikawa finding all the penthouse to be safe, but worried about the Sozu.
Normally I say that 7 pairs is an amazing hand for defense, but there was the least safe 7 pairs in Shantan I think I've seen in a while. Because all of our pairs and all of our potential candidates for pairs were all simples. But the 7 of characters was drawn. Otsuki claiming the win here in South 3, getting back into second place. Technically, he's only second place for a few draws because of the Riichi stick, but getting the points back with a little bit of interest as we go into South 4.
Small Pinshu. And Nishikawa takes the brunt of that, so the gap extends a little bit. Now 4,600 points from Otsuki to Nishikawa, but everyone is about that margin apart, the largest being from second to first, so definitely tons to play for here, positionally, in this all last.
Yeah, Nishikawa, a Mangan Sumo from second place, so a lot to play for. As I say, each position is 1 point. There's no massive bonus for first place, so just getting a position is huge. Getting 2 would be even better. Takizawa Doesn't necessarily need to be aggressive here, but could choose to just play completely safe and be no turn. We'll see.
Otsuki out of Mangan Sumo range for first, but with a 3-Han Sumo, 3 and 30 Sumo, can overtake Mori for second, so that's what she'll probably aim for here.
Yeah, 1 point for the team. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it will add up over the course of 30 games.
Maybe the most exciting hand to Takizawa, the dealer, who doesn't actually need to win here. Chitoi.
Yeah, Otsuki has a route there. People do like to call Chitoi a shortcut to Hanuman. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but there's a chance. Meanwhile, Takizawa here. I think we're going to be seeing possibly the flush is being eyed up a little bit, but I think realistically we're just looking for a safe route out of this game.
Yeah, if Takizawa wins any hand, even 1,000 points, it will help his situation, so...
Yes. It will obviously be more than 1,000 no matter which way we look at it. We do have a Dora there. This is Tempo though for 7 pairs, waiting on the 9 of Bamboo.
Reach Sumo Chitoi will be enough to overtake.
It's also Sotogawa, because we played the 8 really, really early.
Yeah, she was definitely planning this wait. But her pawn
very sneaky.
Maybe couldn't look any more Chitoi. 4-so, 8-so.
That's true.
Sorry, 4-so Dora indicator, 8-so.
That is very true. That's very true.
6-month 3-pin.
We've seen a lot of discards like that. And it's really interesting to just like notice that, right? Because a beginner player probably won't notice when you see, like, it's obvious when you look, but sometimes you don't necessarily look at the first 3 or 4 discards and see that, right?
The thing is, it could also just be an amazing hand. Sometimes you see these cards with perfect tiles. It's somewhat unlikely, but it can happen, as Takizawa will just fold. The other thing is, even if you recognize that it's Chitoi, what can you do about it? You've got to play your hand a lot of the times, so we will see Dragon come out, even though those are not really ideal tiles to discard against a Chitoi. Mori might not have a better option.
And Nishikawa is getting close to that flush. You'll have to see it. Don't know how close are we actually? Let's go check that again. Ooh, very nice pair up for Mori here. Okay, so Nishikawa's still got a little bit ways to go to make this half flush happen, but would certainly be very welcome.
And in this situation, with his direct competition declared Riichi, Nishikawa had nothing to lose. Can jab forward comfortably. Tempai.
Exactly, yes.
To be Riichi only, he needs Mangan to overtake.
I don't think... This is really tough, because I don't think Mori would be willing to reach this. I'm not sure I would be. Just because you're giving extra 1,000 points to the table, so you're getting 1,000 points close to Nishikawa. Also, if you deal in at that point, I guess you'd have to deal into it has to be more than Mangan.
What are you going to do, fold? It's tough. Could he Dama and look for the 5-so? If he draws a Dora, that's a good chance to overtake.
That's what I'm thinking.
He will reach.
Like, it's a big risk for potentially not that much reward. Obviously, still winning the hand gets you second place confirmed, so that's definitely valuable in its own. Right? And we're going to see
Sumo with Uda
folding from. I guess Nishikawa is going to be playing this out for the long run, trying to get the individual points for the tiebreaker in the future. But I'm not sure that's the strategy I'd be going for. I'd be swinging. Maybe, actually, no, take it back. Nishikawa's gambling on the fact that Otsuki is going to deal into Mori, and that they will get third place that way. I take it back. There is a strategy here. It's not just I'm folding because no. Okay.
There's even another deeper meta strategy here. You would rather Mori win this than Otsuki, most likely, because of the team situation. Otsuki's team Trenders is closest to Sunfado in the standings.
Really good point. Yeah, absolutely.
There's a lot that's happening in this little Riichi here.
By the way, Takizawa is also completely out of this, and I do not blame him one bit. Could mean you end up losing your first position, but guaranteeing top 2 is more important, I think. And if Otsuki wins, odds are it's not going to have to overtake Takizawa anyway, so playing defense makes a lot of sense. So it's 2 players all in, 2 players folding. But the 7 pairs does it!
It doesn't need Uda either. This will be good enough for second place.
Well played to Otsuki.
Although if she had hit Uda, I think she grabs first even. But did not find it this time around. Will grab second place though. So indeed a strong weight.
Uda is sadly not as high as one might think. Only 7 tiles. 7 types of tiles out there to hit with that flip. But still, very well played to Takizawa. Really well played to Otsuki. Getting into second place at the very end there. Mori did very well. And Nishikawa, and I was cheering for you at the start of South 1 because you were the player behind, and you got some points back. Unfortunately, not enough to gain the positions. But well played. That's a really fun match. Really interesting, right? Because especially about I think the lesson to learn from this match would be looking at the first 3 or 4 discards of players, because if you're going for interview, you're probably going to go outside or terminals first, or like kind of your honor tiles. We saw a lot in this game. A lot of players going 6-3, 6-3-2. It happened like 4 or 5 different times, and every time it was either Kokushi or Chitoi or Suanko one time. Yeah. But it's always interesting, right? This is the lesson I would give to anyone paying attention, to look at that, right? Look at the first 3 or 4 discards, and if you see it just looking kind of weird, right? Like not like the kind of discards you would make, there's not like any clear logic to it. There's a reason for that, and the next trick is trying to figure out what that reason is, and then playing around it, as all of the players here did very well. Chito keeps winning, absolutely.
And as Chad said, at some point, Takizawa did decide to not lose any more points and just kept collecting new coupons, collected 4 Riichi sticks, which ended up being, I think, three sticks, ended up being the reason that he won over Otsuki there in the end. But his team will be looking even further now in the standings. City Plus up to 36 points. Orphew now tied. They were leading early on, now tied with 2 other teams at 30.
Tie. Incredible.
4 Seasons, unsurprisingly, among that mix. We've been watching them quite a bit over the course of the past couple weeks, and they've been doing very well. Have a huge tiebreak here with 115.1 points, but not catching City Plus. Real Parter at 28, moving up with the group. Sufado, 23 points still. Unfortunately, not making progress there. The iNative grabbed 1. Trenders picks up 2. Climbs up into tie with 23 points. And we are getting close. We have 1 more game in session 3, and then 2 sessions after that.
Yeah, this qualifier has gone by so quickly. So far, at least. Compared to last season, where I think it was a bit more spread out, we have packed in 3 sessions. It's been great.
It has indeed.
And actually, for the first time, if we actually look at the earned points as well, it's quite interesting how the earned points are actually starting to almost match the total points. We had situations, I think, where there was one team who had, like, I think, plus 30 or 40, and they were in the bottom 4 of teams. Just because they had, I think, quite a lot of very close thirds that didn't quite give them the actual total points, but had. That seems to have mostly undone itself though now. They seem pretty well spread. So interesting. But yeah, we have 1 more game for you today. And I believe I will be swapping out for
That's right.
Korak. Hello.
Hello. Listening to you guys, thinking Team Orphe were just way out in front, and now they're in this big fight for second. They were, 6-7 points up earlier, and now in this big dog fight for second. So still in a pretty good position, but overall not dominant the way that they once were. And we've seen a new team take over the lead.
Yeah, it's been quite interesting to watch that top seed go back and forth, but now a pretty big advantage as we head into game number 3. Actually, let's go ahead and just take a look at
Cairo, let's go ahead and jump into the players.
Okay, game 3 of today is game 6 of session 3, the final game. In the East seat, we will once again have Kengo Mori from Team AI Native. Did manage to squeak out 3rd place in that last game. We'll be seeing Tojyo Rio once again here in the South seat for Team Orpheus. We saw her, I believe, in game 1. In the West seat, Maiko Kawahara for Team Four Seasons. Here's that big group of players up at the top. And for Team City Plus, Haruka Kinoshita. It is going to be another fun battle. A lot of these players we watch in the Sankei Shimbun Cup, and also kind of everywhere. They show up on the TV tables a lot. And this is the first time that I've gotten to watch Kengo Mori play. Of course, we saw him play in the last game. Now going up against 3 big teams. These other teams should be an entertaining one.
All right, with that, let's go ahead and jump into the game.
All right, players warming into it. Now, in the last game, we saw Tojyo Rio was in the East seat this time. Trades around to the South seat. Mori, after pulling out that 3rd place in the last game, will be starting us off.
We will see the hands first. A little tenser than normal table here. Not much table talk, pretty much a get down to business. And we start off with a Pinfu type hand, maybe a 2-3-4, 1-2-3 Sanchiku with some shifting, but not my favorite hand. And there's a couple Ryanman, but the Pinzu kind of tells the story. The 1-2-5-5-8-9 double penchant. Oh, and the 6-pin is Dora, so that penchant filling doesn't even help you at time. You just shift it down later. That's a much better Pinfu hand. Possible Itsu in Manzu. 3-pin, 1-3-3-4-6-7-9. And the 7's so a much better floater, just continues playing efficiency, nothing fancy here. So this is probably the best of them, but it's still not a great hand, but it's certainly workable. A 4 mon or a 6 mon will really help it, and if it doesn't get that, it's just going to be stuck the entire time.
You know what I really hate in the dealer's hand is having a pair of the Dora indicator and no Dora.
Well, you're just tempted to draw the Dora and cut from the indicator, but you have to get there first.
Yeah, that's
and the problem is the hand doesn't have any other pairs,
right.
So you're kind of stuck with it for now.
Ideally,
but the advantage of pair floaters is anything that's loose in your hand is now a potential pair.
Exactly, and that's a way of fixing bad shapes. The 2 penchant shapes, 1-2 pin and 8-9 pin, both are your ideal pair draws.
Ooh, interesting. Throws the 8-so back here, not taking the more direct route to Ishanten, but the shapes would be awful. Well, this 4-mon gives you that option, so this is a very interesting draw. Cuts the 9-so. I could see about 7 or 8 different discards, all of which look reasonable. You see the 8-9, this does hedge the Honitsu and potentially accepts the Dora as well. Haku does nothing. It is a pretty good safe tile and will be held for that reason. Speaking of Haku, this hand thinks it's a little better, although I'm not so sure about that. 4-mon. Oh, so this would have been Tempai. But now effectively Kutsuki double floater. Pair confirmed. 4 goes out. Ooh, that looks like a Dora. It is a Dora. Out goes the 7. Going to keep all the Pinzu tiles here. 1, 2, 5, 5, 6, 8, 9. Yeah, 6 is a great fill. There's our Honitsu shift.
Something that we noticed in the last game, Mori likes to hold the penchant shapes, actually. So shapes are shapes.
Ew. Boo! I hate penchant. Penchants go away.
Well, one's going to turn into a kanchan.
Well, that's at least workable if you cut the 1-2 and go Tanyao. I do like my Tanyaos. But it's not going to be the first to Tempai. It's going to see a Dama here looking for the Itsu upgrade in the Manzu before Riichi comes out. See, the 7 comes out. That is the weakest shape by far. Probably go 1-2, start to the 2 here. Now, the problem here is you almost have to pwn the 5, or you're going to end up on a really ugly Shumpon.
Yeah, there's some potential for an awkward wait there. Pulling.
9 pin goes back. 1 so well, that doesn't help. Try to decide whether it's better than the 1 pin for safety. Throws the 1 so back. 3 mon doesn't fit into Honitsu at all. 4 would be a good floater, but just sitting here in this Dama Pinfu structure.
Nope.
Well, there's your Dora. That fixes all your problems. Goodbye, 5 pin. Not even considering anything else. But instead goes with the 1 pin. Is a much more dangerous entry. We'll likely have to throw something around the Dora later. Oh, doesn't matter. Sumo. One of the most disgusting hands Mahjong. The 2-20 Sumo.
Korak is allergic to 220. Those hands that you forget
I'm not
score.
allergic. I just have this voice inside me that screams at me and wants to uncontrollably yell when I see it.
You forget how to score it because you never win it. It's always Riichi Tsumo Piju.
Well, ideally, Riichi Apatsu Sumo Pinfu or a 2, but hey, we take what we can get. I've said this before. How much is enough? More. Ooh, double Yakuhai pair with the dragons, with Hatsu and Haku paired up. Well, speaking of, there's the last pair of dragons. Chun pair also is a floating Hatsu. So not likely to see a Daisongen shift. This has a bunch of pairs, possibly Peiko. So the most efficient cut is the 5-so, but it's such a good tile. I kind of like just throwing the 1. Even the 1 pin is an interesting cut.
Yeah, I think this is not such an easy choice. We'll just play straightforward.
This has the advantage of taking the 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku availability, but you're going to have to get very specific draws to get there. 3-so being held back, maybe a Honitsu shift in Sozu later. 7-so Anko. Could be a Toitoi or even a Suanko play. 9 pin goes out. Well, this is the problem. What's your 1, 2, 2, 4? How much do you really believe in that 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku? The answer is a lot.
Yeah, kind of.
9 pin connects to the 8.
Almost forced into that at that point. If you play with a Sanshoku consideration, then going back with a 4-so is admitting defeat.
There's the Hatsu. We know it is paired, and there's our call. Does have a floating door. We'll see how this gets played. Out goes the Dora. 7, not much useful in this hand. Oh, 4, 5? Or are we going to see one of those loose honors?
I usually
Losing Itsu, I feel I'd go south or Haku here. But you can see the despair of Tojyo saying, do I do it? No, I just have to take it.
Not quite the pair.
It's Chitoi! You see the pull to the 5. Hoping to get the Chun here as well.
And now Mori might not have the option to go for the Manzu Honitsu because there are 2 players open.
There's our Haku. Will this be the full greed of the 3-4 cut? Should be. Yes, it is.
Yeah, no pair, so you might as well.
It's my view on it. Ooh, Ishanten here. Still needs that Chun. Could go Tanyao on, say, a 3-pin draw, but I imagine just looking for the Chun. For, well, now there's some sadness.
Everything has gone wrong.
I mean, isn't that how it always works when you go Chitoitsu? 3-pin pole, and this is now Tenpai 7-so Chun, but no Yaku on the 7. Lots of upgrades, though, for a Toitoi.
I believe that was a, 5-pin pull, so Toitoi live.
8-pin, definitely a good Chitoi tile in that Ishunten shape. Oh, Tenpai, this is Mongon waiting 2-5 in Sozu.
One of the problems for Kinoshita is that the Chun, the Red Dragon, cannot be dropped by any player except for the Honitsu player.
Out goes the 5. That is the last 5. The rest of the table should note. Oh, there's Dora. I don't think this hand is it. I'm cutting game on. The 8-pin came out fairly recently, so we'll go ahead and shove it.
That's pretty aggressive.
Oh, well, I mean, I just follow with the 8. You just figure it's dead now. You see 3 of them. 9, no reason to shift down. Oh, just sumo, easy game. Well, if they're not going to give me the chun, I'll take it myself. Thanks.
Daison
There'll
getting
be
threat on the board.
42 there on the sumo, so 400, 700. Kinoshita will tie for first now with Kawahara, who will be dealing here in East 3.
As you say,
Irie, if you want to dom against me in tournaments, by all means go for it. It means you win less when you win.
That's true. Dama definitely has its advantages. The one weakness is that, at least that I found in my own games, as I Dama a lot, is that I miss Ipatsu a lot.
It is funny how that works. You also tend to miss Uradora. Similarly, funny how that works.
Yeah, weird. No Riichi, no Ura. I don't understand.
All right, this has a 5-mon Onko, maybe moving it towards Tiny Labor. Doesn't have that 1-2 mon to worry about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 in Manzu. A couple pairs here. A whole bunch of middling hands.
Ooh.
Oh, well, just fill the pension. All of a sudden, the hand's a lot better. There's not really any other way than just the direct Riichi route now. 2, 3 in Sozu. 4, 5 now in the Manzi. Still has a bunch of floaters. Ooh, 4-pin. Interesting. That's actually San Anko Ishunten. Or you draw the 2-5 and you have the possible Ipeiko.
And not too sad to have the double acceptance there, the Nidoke.
2, 2, 3, 4 shape's a nice upgrade. Ooh, wants to go with the 6 and 8 Sanshiku, but will require some shifting to get there. And we hadn't mentioned it, but this hand also has the Dora 3.
Dora 3 is pretty fancy. Mori really wants one of those Dora, but...
I go 2-pin here. Nope, going to throw it back. There is a 2, a 3, and a 1 out. Back goes the 8. 3 so isn't it. Already threw it earlier. 3. Ooh, interesting. This has the 4, 5, 6 sound. Yeah, I like this too a lot. You're not giving up any acceptance that way, other than the potential 3-sided upgrade. But if you were to do the acceptance to 3-sided, you're also losing raw acceptance in the immediate case. 7 so is a blank. 2-pin is not going to fit. 9 so isn't it. There's a 6, 7, 8 or 79 Sanjiku, but I just throw this back. No, cuts the 2. Once a 9 maybe is a safe tile. Oh, 8 pair up. Now you could call the Hatsu. This is Tempai, Riichi, Dora 3, 3-pin, 4-pin. No Sonanko, no Ipeiko, just the ugly shape, but Tempai with 3 Dora is Tempai with 3 Dora.
Yeah, it's a shape that I really hate declaring Riichi with. However, when you Riichi, you can win, and that's pretty good.
Well, you can at least in theory win on sumo, but normally you just Riichi anyway. If nothing else, it slows everyone else down, which is a huge advantage. Should be 7 so here, keeps the Ishunten. No, goes with the 8. That is the Riichi tile, so decided that the 6-pin later is a better push than the 5 so. Ooh, what's your pair here?
Yeah, this
you
is...
can go 3-mon, 6-mon if you want the direct route, but I like the 1 here just because nothing looks good.
Yeah, that's the problem. He really doesn't have a good safe option to push, so tries the terminal tile and that goes through.
Yeah, Hatsu, that's a bail. This is not a dealer Riichi either, but no one has the hand to immediately challenge just yet. 6-mon in the hand, however, is a bit of a challenge. 1 so looks very safe. I wouldn't be concerned about it, and it goes back. You see a whole bunch of 3s, a whole bunch of 2s. The 1's usually fine. You know what I say usually? I have dealt into those, and they feel really bad.
If you can't fold, push, I guess.
That is a pair up. That is Tempai. Could go Shampon or Kanchan. Well, Dama with the Kanchan's 8-pin No Yaku hand.
A 6-pin would certainly help. Of course, we see those
The
are...
problem is the 8's already 2 out, so it's just such a bad shape. I kind of like the shift up. I would normally cut the 9-7, but that hand already has a 5-so in the discard, so you're just going to be fruited anyway. And there's our Riichi, fills the 6.
Dealer... Chase.
Ooh, do you just go 1-3? Or are you going to chicken out? Just says, nope, not worth it. This is not my fight. Now, this is a chaseable hand. Will Dama, it's now 6-mon, 7-pin Shampon. Do you see there 3 6-mon wait?
Tojyo now can cut the 9-mon rather later for a better tempo if you draw around the 6-mon.
And this is the problem with cutting the 2 is now you're on the next turn and you don't really know what to do. Because the 6-so does clear. Stage Dama. Sumo, reach Sumo Dora. No Aura, but we'll be glad to shut down the Riichi and pick up 2,000 all.
Yeah, that's honestly huge. She has 1 copy of the door, so doesn't really anticipate that Kinoshita would have 3 more in her own hand, but should have done that Mongon is a big deal.
Yes, 6,000 from the points, 2,000 from the sticks, and Kawahara now 10,000 clear of the board here. And has a whole bunch of terminals and honors, but never mind. The left side of the hand was hidden from me. Instead, it's actually a decent Pinfu hand. No real value, but pretty fast. It has a bunch of honors. This is... ugh. I kind of want to just hedge the Hidetaka, and that seems to be the discard as well. Ooh, well, do we believe in 1 Sanchiku Doko? Maybe.
5 out of 9 tiles.
As a general rule, if I'm talking about Sanchiku Doko, the hand is probably hopeless. Tune. Nope.
That's the door indicator.
Now I see one of those door here, the Haku, and another one here. 5-mon. Well, I definitely want to go Honetsu now. I might have gone with the 2-so. 3-pin fills one of those Penchan. Sha isn't it. 4-so. Well, 2-4, 3-4, and 1-2. So there's no direct Sanchiku, but there are a lot of shifts to it later, potentially. 7 upgrades this to a 6-6-7. 7 pair up. That's 4 pairs here. And a floating door. I might even brute force the Chitoitsu. Not giving up on the regular hand, though, with that 5.
Yeah, this is kind of the theme that we're seeing in all the hands. Bunch of pairs and awkward shapes.
6. So you could go 6-pin if you want to hedge the Honich. You go 1-2 if you just want to play for a Tanyao, and that will be the decision here. Ew, that 9-so is not pretty. And likely heading to Riichi Nomi at best. 2-pin is a blank. 7, okay, neither 3, 4, 6, 7, so an overlap, but workable.
At least
5, oh, that's a great draw to turn this back into a regular hand. Out goes the Hatsu. 7, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
A future 9-pin can move you into Tanya, but the problem is you have the White Dragon still.
The Dora, yeah, it's the constant problem when you have a Gyakuhai Dora, is you're afraid of the one person that doesn't have one, and usually the 3 others are just staring down, waiting for someone to cut it, and once you do cut it, you open the rest of their hands. Like, I couldn't shove before, but now that you've cleared it, I'll go ahead and shove. So it's dual purpose. It bricks your hands, but it also bricks their hands.
Well, it might be used in this hand now. 5 pairs, but...
It's also shunted for regular hand, but says, no, I want the Shitoitsu since I have that Haku and don't really want to cut it.
feel like
You could also go 7-mon there and just play regular hand, but you're likely cutting the Dora on Tempai.
you could run numbers on percentages of hands that end up being Chitoi, compared against the Dora tile, and you'll see a larger percentage when the Dora tile is in honor.
Yeah, that's the type of thing where when I look it up, it's like, oh, you just throw it in a bot. People are bad at evaluating this by themselves. But we're to see the Hatsu go back. 4-so, so not even going to consider it. It still accepts the 5 anyway. 9-so, well, 2 of those are out. It's actually a bad Chitoi tile and throws it back. 2-mon is a blank. 4, and I go 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. Just going to use it as a shift away. Planning for the Tanyao still. Hatsu is a blank. 1-mon is a blank, but it should be a good Chitoi tile. No, there are 2 of them out.
Yeah, 2. There's also a couple of 2-mon.
It's still a decent one with that 4-mon cut earlier. So going to hold it back, plus the safe tile to 2. And there's our call for the Tanyao. Ishanten here with the overlapping shipping Pinju, 3, 4, 6, 7. Well, there's a 5, 6, 7. Should just be 6-so or 9-so. Out goes the 6.
What's the safe 9 for later?
Speaking of 5-so, says nope. 4. Okay, well, this hand demo to Chitoi too. I kind of like 9-mon here.
Could play 9-mon and then 8-mon in the future.
Right. If you pair up another one, then you can go Chitoi, and if you don't, then you cut the 8-mon. No, full speed for Chitoi.
Yeah,
Of course, say full speed towards Chitoi. Is that just like a mule trying to pull a wagon? It's not going to be very fast most of the time. Some of them will be very motivated. Speaking of motivation, Tempai here with Dora.
That would
it'd be a disgusting Hellweight Suji
Let's
1-mon
go.
Riichi. There it is. Kawahara says, oof.
Kawahara is like, what do I do now? As the dealer, well, 6-mon first. I guess I'll play Chitoi too.
Yeah. See, what am I supposed to do? I was not expecting someone to be Riichi now.
It is around the time that someone should be Tempai. It's just that this hand is hard to handle.
The bold Riichi here, when no one sees the Dora, you have to think it's a Dora Tonki, whether it be Chitoi or otherwise. But at the same time, it could all just have a pair of Haku. Riichi Dora 2, very standard as well in this situation.
Yeah, if you have the Anko of Dora, would you Riichi there?
No, very rarely.
In which
That's
case,
one of the few cases where Dama is just generally way better.
Yeah, in some score lines, it would make some sense for a Hanemon attempt. But
right, in East 3, though, no.
Yeah, so if you assume that they would not Riichi with Dora 3, and they would not Riichi if they couldn't see any of the Dora, then, as you're saying, Tonki or Dora pair makes a lot of sense.
Tanyao Sanjuku type hand, or it has at least 2 Dora. You can see a Chi here. This is a Tempai call, no Yaku. Throws the 3-so.
So
9-mon, Chitoi Shunten here. Running out of draws. The 3 did just come out. Might throw the 6.
6 on Nakasuji now.
Throws the 7-mon instead. It is also Suji, but the wrong side of that 4 Suji for the Riichi to win on anyway. Could shift this down, or could just bail.
Already jammed a 3. Can you jam 4, 7 so as well?
I see not much, but I'd throw it. Yep, goes with the 4. I don't like it, but I just don't buy what you're selling. When you're reaching, you're telling a story. And sometimes it just doesn't make sense. And if you're going Chitoi, that would explain why it doesn't make sense. The Chitoi never makes sense.
Yeah, if you believe the story is Dora Tonki, then you can push everything.
Yes, exactly.
Poland, so giving up here.
No, yeah, this is very much a change the Haite draw.
I did not have another draw, I don't believe, so it doesn't affect her.
5, this would be Ishan 10. And let's see, doesn't have another draw here either, but could potentially pull the 4 or the 8 if the 5. See, the 5 gets shoved. No, goes to the 4.
Gives the draw to Mori.
Oh, can switch on any of these. The 3-pin
One's
is
very
acceptable. You can go with the 1, although I don't really like to go with the 2. Suji as well.
Yeah, one so is Suji to the 4, so that came out. He's got 3 of them. I don't know if there's a 4th in the discards, but that would make it Genbutsu.
Yeah, just going with the 1. Not going to bother with it. And says that is good enough here. And see the tempai and say, oh, that was a disgusting weight.
I think we didn't see the last copy of the 1, so that
No, it
unfortunate-
was, I'm pretty sure it was dead walled.
Yeah. Can happen when you choose to wait on a tile that there's only 1 copy remaining. But, you know, someone like Morty would have probably dropped that without hesitation.
Well, yeah, if you're pushing for tempai, it's an easy one. Just the number of times they're on something absurd like that is higher because it's a late Riichi like that, but it's just a negative value play to hard fold if you draw a tile like that. Let's see a Pinfu type hand here, possible Itsu. Pinfu hand here, we go 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku eventually. And we're back to Chitoi, or maybe Sononko. There are a bunch of pairs. There's also a 3, 4, 5 in the hand.
We'll take hope that it doesn't have to be Chitoi yet.
Well, that's just it. Chitoi, we've been talking about it quite a bit, not just today, but in the last few broadcasts. It's a hand where you don't usually have to throw the most dangerous tiles, and very rarely do you build for it, but sometimes the hand just says, this is what you're doing. Tuso, okay, Sononko Ishanten now. Penchon Phil could go 7-pin here. Could go 8 so or 9 so, but goes the 9-mon. Not even going to consider the Itsu or the Honitsu. Haku pair up can call and go. 3-mon, good floater for a possible 3 for 5 Sanjiku, but not even going to consider it. 6-mon, also a good floater. We'll hold it over the Hatsu.
So there's some Tanya plays if you don't believe in Sononko. 9-pin after connecting to the 6-mon.
Haku, just draw a third in yourself. That makes things easier. Could go 2 so or 1 3-pin. Goes to the 1-pin. 6, well, that completes one of those shapes. This is now headless Ishanten.
Ton of acceptance
3
there.
so. Yeah, throws it back. Oh, well, just filled it perfectly. This is not Tempai, this is Kutsuki, the double floater. With a pair locked in. 9, so, ooh. Goes to the 3 here. There is a Chantarat on some very specific draws, but very unlikely. Chun, worthless, but wants it as a safe tile. 7, well, that doesn't help.
50-10 on that now.
Yeah, that's where you look at it and go, oh yeah, I made this decision earlier, didn't I? South isn't it. 2-pin, ooh, that's a super wide. I'm very surprised the 6 went out. I do not like that whatsoever.
Yeah, with the Sononko routes. We have
Gives
seen...
up, completely abandons the Sononko and says it's going to be Riichi Nomi with a Shumpole, most likely.
We have seen Kawahara play this sort of Sakigiri style quite a lot, actually. You noticed it
Well,
earlier in the
part
game.
of what she was doing was setting up the Suji on the 9-pin, and we have a Dama Ipeko Dora 1 on 6-mon. She's figuring if I cut the 6 here earlier and end up on the Shumpole, it's going to be good enough, but there's our Dama win. And I said it was on that 6-mon, Ipeko Dora 1. So Kinoshita going to pick up a bunch of points on a much better second place situation.
Nice to collect those points as the dealer. Get the repeats. collect the Riichi 6 in the middle as well.
And of course, being dealer and that win means a repeat. And this has... There's a Junshan in here, but it's unlikely. I think you had the 79 Sanshiko and cut the Haku to begin with. That will be the play. It's unlikely to get to the Junshan because of the 5-mon pair. This has an East pair, so a few callable options. South pair, but that's the West seat, so much less useful. And this hand is just bad. Well, okay, now I want to go, ooh, I don't like the one. I really, really want... That was the draw that would have pushed me towards a Junshan. Pairing out that terminal and making the 5s kind of extraneous in the hand. But we'll just play a little more direct efficiency, although it will make the hand a little cheaper. 2-pin pair up, could throw it back, could go 5-mon even, throws it back. Wants that Dora acceptance with the 1-2-pin shape. 8 so connects to the 5, 6, 6, 7, 8 now. There's a Kanchan fill, 5, 6, 7. Goes to the south, possible Tanyao later. 1 pin is a blank. 2-mon, back it goes. 9 pin, back that goes. 5 so. Again, definitely moving towards the Tanyao shapes. 6 connects loosely with the 4 here. There's the Dora. That's what we're looking for. Which shape do we get rid of? Goes with the 9-mon. 4 pair up. That is now still flexible, but not pretty. Well, speaking of not pretty, which one of these bad shapes you want? Takes the Ryokan. Chun pair up. Shaw doesn't help, but it's a good safe tile. Throws the 9. Holding that Shaw for safety. Back goes the non. 4 so. Nope. 3 so. And he connects with the 5. But this hand is just not cooperating. Now on. Well, that's the 3rd one in a row of those. That always feels bad. 4. Okay. Can cut the Hatsuno. I have 3, 3, 4, 6 in Manzu.
Oh.
5. Oh, that's a fill. Do you want to go west now and make a decision, or do you want to cut the 9s now? Cuts the 9, wants the safety.
I think at this point we can predict even the Sakigiri will happen.
Depends how aggressively you want to call. 4, oh, well, that's another backfire. And go ahead and take the Chi here. Now Ishan 10 still needs that Chun. I'll say 6, 9-mon. And there's our Chun on request.
9-mon, a little bit worse now that Kinoshita has dropped 3 copies.
At the same time, you're kind of thinking if anyone draws it, they're going to take one look at it and go, okay, it's worthless. Oh, that is Tempai. Will this be a Riichi? Yes, it will. Waiting on the 7-mon Kanchan. Reaches on the 4. Throws the 8. Keeps the good weight. If you trust the suit of the Riichi tile, that would have been an Ipatsu deal in.
8-mon, unfortunately, was Genbutsu.
There's the 4th Chun. Oh, there is the 7. That just deals in Riichi Domi. Riichi Uro 1, rather. So Tojyo gets some of the points back. Will still be in 4th place, but
still a south
at least
round to
get
go.
some value out of this.
There were a decent number of home balls as well, increasing the value of the
Yes,
hands.
the whole ball were at, what, 4 at that point? So a nice little pickup for 2 Han. And you can see here the gap between 2nd and 4th is 2,200 as we enter South Round. Kawahara a bit out in front, but not a ton.
In the South
You see
round.
Mori's hand here. Kanchans everywhere. This is one where you play count the Kanchans. I got to 6. There might have been more. 2 more Sanjiku potential there. Few pairs, maybe to Peiko. 7 connects with the 6, so you have a 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 9. 6 connects with the 8 here. Could just cut the east. We'll go with the 9 instead. 7 connects with the 8. 6, 7, 8 Sanshku now possible. 8 pin. Good floater, but doesn't want it. Holding the Yakuhai over it. 7 pin. Cuts the 3 so. Not the Kichutoi 2. Maybe a Honitsu play later. 5, 6, 8 in Kinzu now. Pei Onko goes with the 2. 4, another pair, 1, 1, 2, 2, 4, 4. Well, that's the last pay. Out goes the 2. 2 players could have called it, neither wanted it.
I would say it's great that what do you feel a kanchan, but if he's going to feel any shape, it probably was going to be a kanchan.
Yes, it is one of many. 5. Ugh. Do you just go 1, 1, Mon, and say, forget this? No, it goes with the 2. You see the call. This is definitely a Honitsu play. Cuts the 3 so from the 3, 4. Chun goes back. Chun goes back. 3 pin. Well, it connects to the 4. The hand desperately wants to be 3, 4, 5 Sanshku now. The question is, will Kawahara listen to it? Nope.
Yeah, the problem is we just dropped the 2 pin, and now it's hard to drop any pin tiles against the hand of Kinoshita, so Kawahara will just play back. She might not even play this hand at all.
Yeah, I feel that's the play. It's a cheat toy or nothing when that discard comes up. Well, Dora draw. Now feels a lot better about the situation. The problem is a little concerned about the open hand, though. That's the thing about Honitsu plays is oftentimes they're just desperation. The hand wasn't going anywhere, so I decided to go Honitsu. But the other players don't necessarily know that or know where you are in the hand progression.
One thing is for sure, if I am Kinoshita, I am not happy that Kawahara is on my left. I want a player that will actually drop my tiles.
Mon is a pair, but doesn't add a whole lot. Goes with the Dora. 3, 4, 5. 5 so goes back. Tone goes back.
Ooh.
6 a great fill. This is now Ishan 10. Perfect Ishan to get the 3 and will. And if you're going with the 1 so the previous turn, it almost has to be the 3 there. 6-0 is not it. 7 helps this hand. 5, 6, 7 Sanshku, I'll get the word out eventually, is now viable. 7 so is the most Sanshuku cut. You can go 9 on for the most raw efficiency cut.
I think I don't mind the 7 because a lot of the 4 so have come out.
Yeah, and does. Oh, this is 3-sided Tempai. We'll go ahead and see a Riichi here. Tojyo Riichi Nomi. It's 3-sided, I believe.
Yeah, 369 so... sorry, 369 Mon.
The 8 pin's not the worst tile here, but the question is hand worth fighting for? Then the 9 mod looks awful against that 8 Riichi, so I don't imagine it's going to be a Ipatsu deal in.
Oh,
but it might be an Ipatsu Sumo! And in Ura, and that's the easiest route to Mongon. Just hit your Ipatsu bows, and just hit Ura. Tojyo going to be in an excellent position now. Off of that, I think maybe in first, maybe off by 100.
That's certainly very close. The Mongon Sumo paying dividends there. Mori loses his dealership in unfortunate fashion, now at 4th.
No, I was off by 100. It was down 200 instead. Huge difference.
Could be.
Jude is the Dora, and we're in South 2. Tojyo would love to run up the dealer
my.
turn, and this is the hand to do it. Does have the Penchon to deal with that 8-9 in Manzu, but that is a great starting Ishanten hand. Well, it's just Kogoshi. I don't even need to count it. I'm not even considering any other hand with this.
Opposite ends of the spectrum, certainly.
This is bad. And yeah, I think the same thing. The long hesitation was like, is this really as bad as it looks? Yep.
At least this could
Tune
be.
and pay pair, so callable. Those are both Yakuai, maybe Honetsu.
Oh,
And the perfect draw. Riichi, Pinfu, 1-mon, 4-mon. It's casual turn 2 dealer Riichi.
well, that was the shortest Kokushi attempt ever.
Well, that is the advantage of going Kokushi, is you know you have safety for days.
And the player in the worst position might actually be Kawahara, who had a... not Kawahara, rather, Kinoshita, who actually had a fighting chance.
Now, there goes the Haku, not going to challenge this. 7 pair up. This hand might get there eventually, especially if a 3-pin is drawn. But Tojyo definitely most likely to win this hand. Another pair, but that doesn't really help.
That's 2 safe tiles.
Well, the problem is the hand has the value to start pushing just because you don't have any safety anyway. Ooh, Ishan 10, not going to take it though. 5, 6, 7, 7 in Manzu now. 5-pin isn't it? You okay over there?
I am just sneezing a bit.
We could tell. With that, a 2-pin comes out. It is Suji now. Get the 6 stairs at it for a bit. So that might hint to the table that it is, in fact, a Manzu wait. Another pair. Just go with the 5? Yeah, it's Gambutsu. No reason not to, as far as I'm concerned. There goes the 9-so. Well, I mean, 9-so just came out, but we'll go ahead and keep it as a safe tile against a hand that might chase. There goes the 6. Definitely going Shitoitsu. 5. Nope.
5 clears, but if you can find a different tempai and wait on the 5, that would be pretty stellar.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That hand getting very close. I think it's golden 2 away. Well, you're running out of Suji here, but the 5 did just clear. Another pair, but that hand just folding. 7-pin. Did you just go pay?
Pay suspiciously absent.
Always a good Chitoi tile in the situation. 3-pin. You see a couple 5s, but just throws the 7. Haku, that's the last one of those. Kogushi now dead. 8-pin, okay, that moves in forward, but nope, that's a fold. Says I am never throwing that pay. Didn't the 6 already come out? I think the 9's fine. Yeah, it did. 3-mon, nope. And now you're kind of wondering, okay, what on earth is this weight? Because unless it's specifically the 1-4, you're kind of running out of options. Maybe it is some sort of pay tonki type weight. Pei Chun Shampon would definitely be in the back of my mind. I also feel disgusted if that's what it actually was. Because you got, and there's our Chun. So Dora comes out, followed immediately.
Oh.
And now I'm much more convinced it's either 4-7-pin or 1-4-mon. And you see the long pause here of I think I'm done for, aren't I? This is 4th place, so Mori needs to win a hand eventually, but it is East 2 against dealer Riichi. I would fold.
Yes, South 2. He has lost his last dealership. He's going to try the 3.
Not going to force it just yet.
Wow, if you could actually get to a tempai on the 1-mon, that would be incredible.
Well, the problem is that it requires pairing with the 4-7 pin, which means you're going to shove one of those two Suji. Two mon. It could be some sort of just garbage early dealer Riichi, but shoves the 4. So they've seen enough 5s at this point. It's probably fine. 4 so, another pair, but this hand is not challenging. 18 goes back. 9 mon is already cleared. 4 so isn't it.
And not too
9
many...
pins already cleared. Should be plenty of safety here.
Not so many 1s and 4s left to be drawn now.
No, that's always the problem with the Ariadne, is you have some of the outs in your hand anyway. I'm surprised it's not Chun Chun, because you know those are safe. And there it is. Just the dealer tempai says, fine, I'll take my 3,000.
That will be good enough for first, though, temporarily.
Temporarily, 1 Holbo, 1 Riichi stick in the middle, but he doesn't have to get Tojyo into first place, 36,400, over Kawahara's 33,600. So 2,800 gap between first and second, and a bit of a fight here between the third and fourth place, with Kinoshita in third at 25.6 and Mori in fourth with 23.4. But this is another very good starting hand, also floating Dora, but a Haku call and callability and pretty good shapes. Haku pair 1-pin floater Dora, possible Itsu there. Great Kanchan fill and draw 1 there for the 5-6-7. Also pretty good hand, possibly for Sanshku later. Ooh, 9's an interesting option, but going to keep the wider acceptance. Dora pair up. The problem is the rest of the hand. You see the long pause. Ideally, you open for a 7-8-9 Sanshku or an Itsu, but it's just going to be so slow no matter what you do. 6-pin, that is now much more flexible. This is fine. We'll get rid of the Dora. It's fine. 7, so great draw here. Out goes the Chun. Itsu much more possible now. Non-pair up. 6-pin pair up. Now 2, 2, 3, 5, 5, 6, 6. 4. Throws it back. And I'm always an advocate of, if you don't know what to do with a tile when you stare at it for a while, just throw it back. It probably didn't fit. 2 so. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cuts the loose 2-mon. 4, 6 so. This is Ishanten. Could go 7-pin, could go 9-mon. Could also just throw it back.
Yeah, 9-mon keeps the Yonkan, so it goes with a 7 instead.
Tone goes back. 1, 2, 3. That completes the shape there in Sozu. Which of the floaters goes? Holding the Haku back. Similarly, do I Sakihiri? The answer appears to be yes, because the 1 so from the 1, 2, 3, 4 and hold the bay. 9 so goes back. Chun goes back. 3-mon goes back. Cut it last turn. That's always annoying. 8 so goes back. Pei goes back. Am I noticing a pattern here? They're getting a whole bunch of bad draws.
Yeah, maybe draws that each other would like, but so not what they're looking for themselves.
Not their ideal draws. 3, 4, 5 Sanshku is possible, but it's a long way off. 9-mon pair up. Could go 4, 6 or 2, 4. Goes with the 2, 4. I believe this is the most efficient cut with the 2-mon. You only lose the 3, but you can just call the Haku now. Ooh, another pair. 2, 2, 3, 3, 5, 5, 6, 6 in Pinzu. So how many 1s and 4s does that hand need? And the answer is yes.
It's a pretty brutal shape, but you get to choose which pair to cut away from.
2 goes out. That is now Ishanten. Well, it's Shitoi. Yuck.
You are allowed to say no.
I kind of like the 3-so cut here just because it's such a disgusting weight on the 5 with that bond. Goes the 5 Mon. There are Rion Peiko upgrades, but require a lot of effort to get there.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
3-so, Ishanten for Itsu Dora 2. 4-pin creates a Ryokan 4, 6, 8, and there's our Call of the Haku. This is Tenpai now, waiting on the 5-so for Hakunomi.
Samadora 2 certainly wants to fight, especially after having lost first place temporarily.
9 Mon is not it. Should just go back and does. 8-so isn't it either. Already cut one, so it's not that good a tile anyway. 3 goes back. We'll hold the Chun, cutting the 4. And there's the 5. Just deals in Hakunomi.
We are not done with this dealership yet.
$1,800 and the Riichi stick up to 39,200, and now the gap between third and fourth is down to 400 points. But we're in South 2-2 now. Tojyo defends her dealer turn effectively. Appears 4-pin is the next Dora. And this much worse than the rest of the hand she's had.
Could this be the end of the dealership? 2 Mon first.
There's a Kokushu hedge, there's a Honitsu hedge. There are a lot of options. This a much better hand. Would really love a 3-Mon though. Dora pair up. Well, I'm just going Tanyao.
That's a great hand.
Non-pair up could call and go here. No real value. The problem is if Mori calls this, he's probably just playing for third place, barring some big hits in later hands.
Tojo's going to try for the normal hand.
Ton Anko, that's a Honitsu shift. 3-pin. It's a good float, but you don't really want it, given the 4 is Dora.
Still have room to make 2 shapes though with a Dora pair.
Well, yeah, just draw another door indicator, then you have 3-3-4-4, and you call 2-5 multiple times.
Oh.
Haku pair up. Well, there go those plans. I'm cutting the 3-pin, and it's gone. Five connects with the 6 here, so there's a bunch of honors to get rid of. 8-pin's a great draw now. Ishanten for the Honitsu closed.
Super
with a Dora.
wide. Those connecting pin tiles.
Pay is not it. 5-so isn't it. 7 extends the Monzu shape here, but I don't think it actually adds any acceptance. We'll cut the 9 here, figuring you may be able to cut the 7-7 if you connect to the extended Monzu shape.
Yeah, that's a tougher 9 than usual because you have 3 pairs in the hand.
8-so is not it. Looking to upgrade that Ishanten, but the hand's not budging. Still a beautiful shape. Ooh, that's an upgrade. Should be 8-pin or 1-so. I think it's always 1-so, isn't it?
I usually cut 1-so and then plan to cut the penchant later.
Right, yeah, that was my thinking as well.
I think one of the things that Morty is considering is he wants to end up with a south pair weight, maybe?
Hatsu's, it'd be nice, but Hatsu's not a hit. 3-so, well, no, that doesn't do much.
Part of this decision is if he has decided that he wants to call south, then he might prefer to have 1-1-2-3-so rather than 8-9 Mon.
It's not that much better, especially with the 1-so already out. It's barely better than a penchant. Three pin doesn't really do much. Gonna hold all these honors. 5 Mon. The Honitsu is just stuck. Oh, 9-so's back. Welcome back. Says, okay, fine, be that way. Cuts the 7 Mon. 8 Mon fills the Kanchan here with 7, 8, 9. But the hand's still quite a distance away. That's the first completed shape in the hand. And you still have the overlap in Sozu with the 4, 6, 6, 7.
I could cut 8 non honor as well and just play the the blocks
That will
you
be
have.
the cut. Goes with the 4 mon. 6 mon, just looking for basically any Pinzu. Other than I think a 1 and maybe a 4 is Tempai. Okay, there goes the 8-9.
That's Tempai.
I mean, that has to be Tempai, isn't it?
4-7.
Yeah, it's 4-7. Uh-oh. Did we hear a false roan? That is how the table's reacting. That is definitely how the table is reacting. Yeah, I think that's what happened.
This is, of course, the 6th game of the day. So, 6 games in, your brain might not be working as smoothly as you want it to be. You see the pin tile, you're like, oh, that's the one. No, it's not. Well, you know what? We didn't hear anything. We play on.
Okay, then it was a wait a second. So, yes, I'm Tempai, guys, but I don't know if that wins. You are allowed to do that generally. It is a 4-7 wait. The table was acting like it was called, but given the reaction, it was not. That is Tempai as well. 6-9 with no Yaku, but Riichi is your Yaku.
All right, an extra 1,000 points to collect. A lot of tiles here. We've seen 4, 5 so far, with 1 in the pawn. 6, 7. Not looking good in terms of the odds of winning this one.
There's the 8 again. We know that last time, so... Nine mon goes back. Still Dama here. Haku, there's the Riichi Haku door 2 or 3. 4 pin, 7 so Shumpon.
And also, if the judges have ruled a dead hand here, we won't know. But that incentivizes the other players to Riichi.
And the fact that this hand has not just been folded with tone strongly suggests it was not a dead hand.
Oh,
and there's our
finds it.
Sumo, Reach Sumo.
I think that was the last copy.
Gets it, and that's going to be a 2-han win.
All right, no harm, no foul. When he gets the win, that is a pretty significant challenge for him. He was a little bit in the hole.
Well, he just wasn't winning hands, and it's very hard to do well in this game, and that's the situation.
Yeah.
But now in a pretty clear third place here, Kinoshita drops a little bit further, but Tojyo is perfectly happy with that outcome.
A big dealership now for Kawahara. This is her best chance to make up not just the gap to Tojyo, but expand past that, feel comfortable moving forward.
Well, it's also important that Kinoshita's a member of City Plus, sitting in that 36. So the rest of the table is kind of glad that they might end up with a 0.
That's true. At some point you start to think about targeting, sort of.
Well, when someone's up this much, you don't want to give away the free pass to the final table because there is a reward for being first overall.
Right.
You get that triple buy as opposed to the double buy.
We will see it. Kawahara open up.
Ooh, 8-so. Honetsu potential. Still holding to that Shadora of a non-pair here as well. Potentially callable. 1, 3, 5, 5, 6. We'll cut the 6 pin, giving up on Pinzu completely. 8, now 3, 5, 6, 8, 9, 9, 9. And there is our south call. Out goes the Haku hand. Wrist hand's still a mess, but at least gives you your Yaku high at this point. 2 pin extends the Pinzu now. Back goes the Chun. Pay. How much do we believe in Honetsu?
Quite a bit.
And the answer is all of it. Cuts the 4.
Kinoshita's
Followed
open.
with the 4 pin there as well.
Yeah, double
Chun
south.
goes back.
The shape's still awkward for her, though.
Well, just start calling more often.
It's true. More calls, more awkward shapes filled.
Well, that is the real advantage of calling. And I don't know why people have not really internalized it that well, is your bad shapes aren't as bad as you think they are if you can call, because instead of needing to draw one specific tile, you then can either draw one specific tile or call one specific tile. Whereas a Ryanman, you just need to draw one of two tiles. So effectively, it's the equivalent.
You don't need to draw that tile. You just need the friend on your left to draw that tile.
Yes. And sometimes they'll draw the tile and not give it to you, but that ends up blocking their hand. Ooh, Dora pair.
Suddenly,
Could
value.
go 2-mon, 2-so, or 4-mon. Okay, those are the two. The 4-mon, effectively the same as the 2-mon. They were going to see the 9 go back. 3 doesn't fit. Not going to play that 3-4-5 Sanjika game. That is not Tempai. 2, 4, 6, 7, 7. Shopon. Now Ishanten for Mangan.
There's a little bit of temptation to cut the 2-so there preemptively ahead of the flush player. However, the flush player just dropped a Dora. That's almost like dropping a so tile.
A Dora when you're going for Hornets. It would be one thing if the Dora were a 1-mon. You're like, sure, whatever. They're getting kind of close, but we're seeing a non-value wind cut. And there is our Tempai, and it will be a 3-so 8 cutting the 6.
I wonder if that was in some ways an assist by Mori.
Could have been. Oh, another pair. That doesn't really fit. I don't think this hand's happening. I think you just throw the 5 back and keep your Ishanten. Nope, hard folding says this is not going to happen.
Yeah, the worst thing that can happen to Mori is Kinoshita wins a manga, and she's showing one right now.
1-mon. Well, it's the same Shanten. Not going to make a shift. 7. Cut 3 last turn, cutting the 6 now. 5, that does not deal in.
5, definitely wipe a bit of sweat from your brow.
Well, if you want to get rid of it, this is your chance.
Mori with the decision now. He goes 9-so.
That's the please don't be Shampoo. Please don't be Shampoo.
Yeah, please don't be Shampoo and have not called the 9-so that I dropped a few turns ago.
Yes. 1-so does nothing here. Throws it back, and then you're kind of, wait a second. What is this way? There aren't that many choices. Well, there's another 1-so. Collecting these safe tiles. Still Ishanten.
One reason to keep that 1-so is if you draw the 4-so, you can drop the 5-so for Tempai safely.
Chun, isn't it? There's Tempai waiting on the 8-pin. This is the double non Dora 3 hand. With that 5-pin, you should be going, hey, wait a second. Something's wrong here.
Yeah, you're definitely believing Tempai now for Kinoshita. Will she find it, though? 8-pin is once cut.
Also, with that late 5, you have to figure it's somewhere involved in that shape. Sure. Oh, what about Sonanko Hishanten? Nope.
Oh,
come on, Power Sanzo. That is Hatsu Honitsu.
Honestly, that hand not.
I think is phone as well. Yeah, that is dealer Sakahara with the manga on there. Big lead now, almost 45,000 Tojyo way back. Would love a Mongansuma here, though, to overtake.
Right, that's why it's so important to win that on your dealership. As we were saying, not only pulling ahead of Tojo by a significant margin, now can survive some tsumos by other players.
All right, nice little reach Pinfu Tanyao Taipan. Slow Pinfu hand here. Slow Pinfu hand here. Mediocre speed. It's not the worst. It's not good, though. Similarly, 7 Mon would really help. Maybe a 79 Sanshoku there. And this is just Tanyao. Pei goes back. Tupin will be held back. Does hedge the 2-3-4 Sanshoku. 2 Mon, not going to be hedged in this hand. Holds the Haku over it. 1 pin goes back. 3 so pair up. That's a 3rd pair, but it's a long way from everything. 7 connects with the 8. 2, 3, 5, 5, 7, 8. Dora pair. Not ideal when your plan was 79 Sanshoku, though. Well, more Manzu. Katsaku. 9 pin. 4 so, okay, that helps. You might even go with the 8 pin, but goes to the 2 so instead. I believe that is the most efficient cut. 5's a great draw for this hand. Wow. 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 Mon connects here on the Manzu. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5. Well, this is the problem. It's not a 1, 2, 3, 4 shape. Do we ever play? The answer is yes, we do play for the Chanta. Maybe if enough to cut the Dora later.
Definitely a viable plan. I mean, that's a Gammon shape anyway. So it doesn't necessarily need both Dora, although 9 pin has come out 3 times.
7 so is not a very good draw, though. And says, fine, I don't want it either. Chun being held back, cuts the 3 pin. 2 pin pair up. It's the 4th pair in this hand, but it's not really even anything else.
Yeah, the hand keeps getting teased. Is this a normal hand? Then you draw a pair. Then you fill a shape, and then you draw a pair.
This is a tough draw. Cuts the 8, locks the Dora pair in. Maybe just going pay later. Two, well, okay, that completes one of those shapes. Cuts the east, going for all the value on the Tanyao side.
Possible for sure. Even with
Chun goes back. 2 pin, there's an Onko, but you still have these honors you're trying to figure out what am I doing with. Cuts the 5. We're going to see the Dora being held back. Didn't call the 5 Mon. Chun, isn't it? Hatsu pair up. Okay, now Ishanten for Sananko. 6, 7. Okay, 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku is theoretically possible, but probably not realistic. Going to hedge it. 6 block.
Yep. Still has Gammon shapes elsewhere, so it can afford to cut the entirety of 4, 6, 8. But if you're going to do that, might as well cut the 4 first. If you draw the 7 Mon, you can play for the Sanshoku.
4 so, that's a wider shape. You can just cut the Chun here. Unless you feel you have to have the Sananko. Ooh, interesting. Sakigiri's the 3. Definitely the cheaper route. Problem is, wasn't that Kinoshita who needs all the value possible?
Just be relying on her dealership.
I am not an advocate of just trust me, I'll get it on my dealership. Well, 608 Sanshoku is gone. This should be 6-8 Mon. Four pin goes back. 3 Mon. I mean, technically it helps. It's an Ishanten with a 7 as the pair, a 6 Onko, and a 3-5 shape.
Probably not going to say no to Tempai if you get it.
Well, if you get it, no, especially this late, because you don't think anyone has anything. You're at the point of hand where either have detected people are Dama, or you think everyone's full of crap. And, oh, there's a paypole that is Tempai.
Tojyo in the north seat does have Yaku.
Seven Mon goes back. One Mon goes back.
Safe tail deploy.
Oh, there it is! Reach Hatsu. There is extra fu here. It's a 2-so, 5-so weight. And his hand is just stuck with the leftover Dora because you need to push the 4-7 Tsuji line if you want to challenge this.
Yeah, this is not the player you want to be dealing into. So, though, if you are no 10, Kinoshita is the only player Tenpai, you are effectively losing 4,000 points.
And just shoves right into it with the 4-pin. Similarly, Tojyo has to make a consideration, is this worth the Tenpai?
Mon came out in the middle of the hand, so it's not really... You'd like to say that the 4-mon can go through, but it's not a guarantee. Not going to take that risk.
And says, nope, I'm out. 4-so, nope, not fighting this either. Nine Mon, still Ishan 10. And says, no, I'm out, so just going to be one player Tenpai. Likely at the end of this hand.
This is actually pretty ideal for Kinoshita.
It's not even that bad for Mori. As long as Kinoshita doesn't sumo it, then it's catastrophic. That is not Tenpai either. And there it is, 3,000. Of course, losing the stick means Kinoshita will still be in 4th place, sitting at 20,100. Mori will drop to 22, and Kawahara way up, and Tojyo way up.
Alright, so it comes down to this all last. Still, with the Riichi stick in the middle of the table, Tojyo can surpass Kawahara with a Mangan Sumo.
Five-so is the door. Oh, this is a great starting hand. Can't complain about a Riichi, Dora, probably Tanyao. This isn't a bad hand either. Riichi, Pinfu, maybe a Dora later.
Got a split between 1, 2, 3, and 6, 7.
Well, there's your Ryokan, possibly Peiko here. Also has a Dora in hand. I mentioned just one, so it goes with the Hatsu instead. This is not what you're looking for, but Kawahara doesn't need to win this hand. The problem is, because of the pot size, if Tojyo wins a Mangan Sumo, will overtake Kawahara. And you know Kinoshita has to shove anything. Being in 4th place as dealer, you're just shoving whatever you draw. Ooh! This is now Ishan 10. 2-so doesn't do much here, but we held for a little bit anyway. 1 pin, yeah, throws it back. Didn't like it last turn either. 8-so, well, that's another Onko. This is 3 Onkos. It's actually headless Ishan 10 with 3 Onko, although may end up breaking the Sun Onko.
Surely if you draw 4, so for the 3-sided shape, although Saranko, Tanyao, Dora too.
Sun Onko with more Dora, I might be tempted.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting choice. I think you probably do break the 3-sided shape then.
Ooh, another 6. I like 1-so here. I just don't think the 2's that useful to tile you out it goes. Plus, you're seeing one hand that looks Honitsu. The pawn right here, look at that. Tell me that doesn't scream Honitsu. God. Oh, wait, that's the wrong suit. You're not supposed to do that.
6-so Dora. Tenpai.
And that's Tenpai. With the 2 Dora, might even just break the Sonanko or could Dama with a 2-so. So it's interesting. With the Tuso, that's actually a 3-4 weight.
Yeah.
I think that might have even been missed, but really wants this 1-4 side.
Is Tanyao Sananko Dora 2 on the 3, or Tanyao Dora 2 on the 4. Even as a Dama, that's really good.
But just thinks the 1 is in the wall at this point, even though 1 is out. This is just going to be a chase. I think you have to.
Could Dama?
You could Dama. The question is with 2... No, I think you have to Riichi.
With 2 sticks,
I think you have to make a play to overtake Tojyo for second. And it is a Riichi Pinfu Dora 2. Sumo, I believe, would be enough to overtake with the 2 sticks in the middle. It would.
Yeah, if he gets 2 Dora, certainly.
And now the squeeze has put out the other 2 players that, hey, wait a second, what just happened? Tojyo is now concerned because the second place is also not very safe.
If she deals into Kinoshita, that's one thing. If she deals into Mori, she's probably third. Maybe that's
Almost
better.
Guaranteed third. Well, if you deal into Kinoshita, you may be fourth.
Right.
Neither of these is good. I think it might even just be 8 Mon, as much as I hate it. With the 7 Mon Riichi there. I see all these 6s. I have to question whether the play just is the... Wait a second, do you have it? And that is the discard, and it does pass. Bold play and rewarded for it.
Otsumo!
Oh, the Apatsumo! Riichi Apatsumo Pinfu Dora 2. That's definitely an overtake. 1 aura doesn't matter. That's going to be a Hanemon Sumo. Should not be enough to overtake Kawahara, but will definitely be enough to be second place.
Wow.
And there you see it. That is the end of the game. Kawahara getting first place. Mori in second, Tojyo in third, and Kinoshita in fourth.
That beautiful hand for Kinoshita. Not pretty enough, Mori, with the Hanemon.
Well, it turns out the game is much easier. You just draw the tile you need on Ipatsu. Honestly, though, Mori was just miserable for most of the game. Just was not getting hands, was not getting hands, was not getting hands. And as long as you don't give up and get yourself tilted from it, there's always a chance to come back. As the wall can give you a new hand at any time, chases it down, thinks about it for a second, is this a Dama or do I have to put the stick in? And he goes, wait a second, there's no real benefit to the Dama here, I'm facing down with dealer. If I lose, I'm just done anyway, might as well throw the stick in. Does, and is rewarded.
Yeah, this is a big part of Mahjong. You know, you're not expected to win all of the hands. You just want to you have to make sure that the wins that you do get are worthwhile, and the hands that you don't win, you're not losing too much. But he hung in there and claimed the second place. We will see the standings update.
All right, and you see that big gap is dropping. City Plus was, what, 6 points clear of the field? And I see Four Seasons in second, only 3 points back. Okay, in third at 32, and Orfu in fourth with 31. The gaps really are closing. You have City Plus only 3 up, and then a bit of a drop between Little and Kanemon in 6 to 7, between 28 and 25. But other than that, no ties. The numbers are just pretty straightforward, and we are getting close to 2/3 of the regular season over with.
Yeah, as we continue with session 4, the penultimate session, 6 more games to be played, then we will get a really intense final where your positioning as the day goes on could swing dramatically, and every single point will matter. Up till then, this back and forth at the top has been really exciting to watch. City Plus still hanging on though, but by only 3 points now.
All right then. So with that, I think we're just going to go ahead and wrap it up here, unless we want to plug the M League thing again.
Sure, it's worthwhile taking one more peek for folks who are interested in playing against some of these strong pro players, including M-Leaguers. This is the collaboration with M-League itself and World Riichi. We have 6 M-Leaguers and more Mahjong celebrities who will be playing in Las Vegas this summer. Tickets are available, and registration is live for that event. Also, smaller exhibition matches and meet and greets in New York City as well later in June for those who can't make it out to Vegas a couple days earlier. There are tickets available for that as well. I know some of our commentators earlier today were going to attend both sessions and get the chance to meet, if you're interested, some of the M-League, some of the WRC commentators as well, and have a chance to play in the tournament. Should be a good time.
All right, then. With that, let's go ahead and wrap it up. When is our next broadcast? I think we're live on Thursday with more of the Sakai Shimbun Cup. I'm not sure.
I feel like we've got a broadcast every week now.
Yeah, the field is absolutely packed for us. So let me see. It's the 18th. Let's see. Oh, no, I think we might have a week off.
No way.
No, I was wrong. Never mind. Let's see. 16 to 17. Nope, we are scheduled for the 23rd for more of the Saikyosen Team Battle.
I think we're doing that all April 23rd.
Yes, April 23rd will be our next broadcast, regular time. So, and then we have more of it on the 30th. So the next 2 weeks at least, we will continue to deliver the coverage here of the Saikyosen Team Battle as we try and run through the regular season. So for Kyrol, Jen, Nathaniel, this is Korak. Hoping to see you on Thursday.